What's up, bro? you could call stretching by any group of words and define it, but I'll tell you what, I don't really know a great stretching system too well. But what I learned to apply is that with every deep breath, go a little bit further into the stretch. If it's uncomfortable, that's when you stop. Stretching, properly stretching. Naturally, like when I was younger and whatnot, I always be trying to reach as far as I can and stretch as much as I can. I was applying force to stretching, though that force was not exactly the best thing. A stretch is something just like the spirit. You relax into it. You're reaching for it, but it's something you can breathe into and not necessarily fight for. Namaste, namaste. Hope you're doing good, not my name. Vajradharmarhi. Om Vajradharmarhi. Om Vajradharmarhi. Om Vajradhamuni. I pulled a card. 11 seems to be resonating pretty strongly recently. Recently, meaning within the past less than 24 hours. Oh, yeah, no. Started up a week ago, I guess. Roughly. Less or more. Anyways, 11 is connected with numbers. All the numbers before, and I was going to change it, but the spirit's like, nope, just leave it. This is Senju Serjin Kanji Zai Bozasu. Now I want to expressly relate that these various arms, okay, it requires, for us humans in this form, it requires a body to have two arms. And the vast, all this around him, all them arms that you see, those are all arms coming around from him. It was his mind connected with that many concurrent incarnations. You have a multitude of simultaneous incarnations in this lifetime. But if you actually shatter the glass between the two of you, like, you have to depart ways. So you always got to kind of stay a little aloof, even though you know. You got to play the fool. It's how you get to keep moving forward and not get set back. And you can connect with all of yourselves in a vast way as you connect with the collective consciousness. We bring those two effects together. And as the heart guides everything, it's not like our old order of things. It's not like our own patterning of things. It's because there's actually a new system. It mentions that Senjin Kanji Zai Bozasu is the ruler of all canon, the saving humanity in every and any way possible. I mean, I think that's a beautiful point to bring out. Everything else is really wonderful. It's talking about choosing your answers after careful consideration, many different choices, things that'll be important later. Her hands, all the items that she holds, is essentially every single item that's needed to save anybody of humanity. Every hand is holding a different item. Each item is something that she's mastered and is able to manifest in some shape or form to wield that ability to affect the best for humanity that she can. A mastery of relaxing into the spirit, and relaxing into the spirit it's kind of like dissolving oneself. And what I mean by dissolving oneself is to imply the direct opposite of the construct of controlling things or necessarily it's my way or the highway, but allowing the spirit to shape and manifest, allowing the heart to really do the work of putting things together is more can be seen at a quantum level in some instances than from our vantage point. Doesn't it look like a face? Nose, eye, mouth. I see things like this, and I can't help but believe and know that that is a conscious spirit connected to that energy, man. If not within and of itself, resonating a beacon of consciousness and awareness. You ever heard about the Sword and the Stone, King Arthur? I'm sure you have. Oh, hey, just because we're talking about 11 and 22, well, it's not exactly 11, but, and I wasn't talking about 22. But I got this fish, it's a Canadian, right here, maple leaf, and then it's got 2 twos and 3 ones. It's like a weight. Sword in the Stone, King Arthur. Alright, we've talked about utilizing the sound bowl. And quartz crystal. Quartz crystal contains memory. That's why there's pieces of it in your phone. Other devices. Because man has just barely learned how to tap into the power and the memory of a freaking quartz crystal. A bunch of us have. Don't get that mistaken. But when you utilize a sound bowl and you have quartz crystals laid out on the ground in a circle, a square, or any pattern around you, or even just laying there, when you play this sound bowl, this is scientifically proven that they've done studies on it. The sound from the sound bowl it creates a vibration within the quartz crystals that actually causes an amplification and the energy starts pulsing from the stone itself, from the quartz, from the crystal itself. Literally, the memory starts resonating into the atmosphere. And one who has learned how to meditate and really concentrate on stilling their thoughts, stopping their thoughts, any new thoughts from coming in, who knows how to just be still for the moment, can actually receive into their heart this frequency, and they can decode with their mind the resonance of this energy and the information contained within. And that is truly how you pull the sword from the stone, because it is your tongue that is truly sharper than any two-edged sword, alright? So, that's how you draw that ability. Only a true king could do this. This is why I tell you over and over and over that I don't care if you're a man or a woman, you're a king. You're the king of your body, of your mind, of your own right. And that king protects his queen. And that queen has her values. The man and the woman there, they have their roles, but they're not seen lowly, they're seen highly. And on my particular journey, what helped me click to a different perspective, and I give a predication that one needs to be advanced in their spiritual working to properly apply what I'm about to say, though to take that king and queen of oneself, and when it's looking as oneself like that, it's seeing everyone else as the same, whether they're properly being what they should be or not. That's not for us to say or judge or do. That's not our place. In any regard, it's just the sight and the humility and the kindness of the heart, the elevation of the mind, the ascension upon Jacob's ladder. And from seeing king and queen of thyself, I see God and goddess. I see divine, I see divinity. And for that, I see that within others. If I know that that exists within me and it exists within others, then it is my desire to help others be able to express their aspect of heaven so that it is shared upon this world. To bring the kingdom of heaven, your highest, greatest thoughts aligned with your chakras become your manifestations in life, as in heaven, also upon the earth, as within, so without, or on the outside. It says without, anyways, you follow. Let's see, we got Francis Bowman from Texas, David, awesome. Not My Names from Arkansas. Oh, David Naston. Naston. I hope I pronounced that correctly. From Australia. That's pretty awesome. Hey, David. What's up, Forsaken? Let's see. I'm scrolling up on the comments at the moment. Yes. On show, on show on. Show. Do you know something about the use of sound? Like the Indians, I think that their mandalas, drawings, are representations of sounds. Yes, the mandalas, the Hindus, their yantras, taking geometric shapes and arranging them in patterns in some type of formation. It what was passed on. Okay, I'm gonna just say it plain. I'm just gonna say it plain. We were well advanced. We were well advanced already before long ago, before our recorded group shared memory of humanity. And that's what we passed on at the top. Look what I discovered under the microscope. I've shown you from stone in great temples and cathedrals and on and on and on and on throughout history. We're expressing that we can see through a satellite, through a microscope. We have the ability of technology, and that is the truth of it. Is that's what they were passing on. That is the understanding that their heart knows they can attain to, and so we are ever seeking for that which we have long forgot, but is not lost. None of it's lost. We can pull it out of thin air. We just need to become aware. Writing that one down. That's what I've been able to do. And yeah, definitely, absolutely. Sound is so important. A drum rhythm, a regular beat, the stringed instrument, all the tunes, all the frequencies, the harmonies. That's why an orchestra or a symphony live is so powerful, because you actually are being open to multiple dimensions at once. These frequencies are being played. Each tunage, each vibration, every single piece is reaching a different aspect. I said it yesterday, the electronic, the internet, even the video games, they're their own dimensional reality. The fact is whether it's really happening or whether we're using it to um, abstractly create our future or understand our past. We manifest our reality. And so you have millions of people around the world trying to figure out what's going on. And then you get some game developer and they get this game idea and everybody's like, boom. And the game comes out and everybody's playing it and they're like, oh, this is the most awesome thing ever. Why? Because there was some problem to humanity. We were all dealing with it. And somewhere within all that show and wonderful gadgetry and cool looks and sounds and bosh boom yay of the video game, we found something that answered a question we didn't know we had a problem of even being aware of. And somehow abstractly our spirit, our subconscious was able to calculate these things, apply it into our life, and boom. It's why we're like, we need the next game, we need the next game, we need the next game, because there's some shit that we still trying to figure out, and they working on them things right now. And well, things are changing right now, and we all kind of responsible for them changes, so that's going to cause a delay on a whole lot of things. So, well, shit. Well, there's a new one on the table. Don't want to wait another, 8 years, and let's make sure we get it. We got some more inputs. Let's just wait. Okay, another. Just gonna keep adding information. Okay, hold on, guys. Though truly, those sounds, those strings, those instruments, every single aspect of life, every single emotion, they're all different dimensional realities. We believe in a multiverse collectively for a reason, because we're experiencing it. We can't exactly detail it out and say, yeah, my self 15 seconds ago is on the right and da 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 da. And even if they were and we did, karmic law would say you can't, that's done. That's why you gotta be the fool. That's why you gotta play like you don't know. Some things you just can't say. You just have to embrace. just have to embrace it, live it, accept it, move forward, and look forward to look. I don't even look forward to tomorrow. I got enough for today. When today's done, I am good to put my head down, and I am tired of thinking. My head can stop thinking very easily. It's, you know, and this could be the complete opposite. So I'm not saying this for anybody to apply for themselves. I'm just sharing my own here, okay? But there's been times and I can't get to sleep. It just doesn't seem I can go to sleep. Too hot, too cold, too whatever. I don't know, but normally I could sleep. But and really, what's going on is I got energy. I got to do something with it. So I work productively to wear myself out, to exhaust myself. It's why how I wind up making personal. Um, I mean it with all humbleness, just personal gain in my own life, in my own desire, like of personal growth of my heart and so forth and so on with the spirit. And so use and apply or not, but I wear myself out. And once I wear myself out, I think too much about something or whatever. Shoot, I go to bed. I'm done. I, if I think so much about something that it's become a bother to me, I'm done with it. Just like I don't know, I don't have anything right here. I'd throw in the trash can, but if I had, this piece of trash, don't need no more. Throw it away. I'm trying to remember it or think about it. I've got plenty of that. It's going to be produced in my life. And all better to each of us if we can find a better way to dispose of our things, recycle, and all that good stuff, or whatever the case. Something that's healthy and good for all of us. Okay, so I was I was watching Harry Potter yesterday. Not the whole thing, but just a part of it. And I saw something. I don't I don't know if you've seen it or noticed it, I should say. It was a new one to me. You might have caught it a long time ago and been like, that was the first thing I noticed. Sometimes I'm really slow on things, other times I'm super fast. Okay, I'm just gonna spell it out. I could write it out. Well, I guess I should, huh? I could write it out. We could do some writing out, huh? Hmm. Let me see if I can do something. I don't think that's gonna give me the effect I want, but something tells me I should try. Hold on, give me a moment. I guess it's worth waiting a moment for. I will say it. Trust me. But I want to write something. Yeah, that's not gonna work. That's not what I want to do. Okay. Well, then I'm not gonna worry about writing it out right now. I'll just skip that. Okay. So Severus, like Snape. Severus. Sever us. Dark black. Divine Mother in the shadows. That's why he could disconnect from anything, because his soul, his purpose, his being was to sever connection. That's why he could be anywhere and belong anywhere, and they would believe like that he defected or whatever. That's what his he could disconnect from anything and truly be anything incarnate of that nature. Like, okay, then we have Dumbledore. Dumbledore. Okay. Now, door could be used as two ways. because if you reverse re, do, do, re, D-O-R-E, well, at least that's the way the subtitles first, so I could have been wrong. Anyways, but that's how it was on this. Okay, and that spelling, Rado, is actually Norse, which means like the chariot of God, essentially. Or you could call it the door, as it is pronounced. Either way, pretty damn significant to me. Then the L-E, we're going backwards, okay? Dumble, D-U-M-B-L-E. So let's reverse the L-E, and that would be L. So L would be angel, the angel of the door of God, essentially, the chariot of God. And dumb, D-U-M-B, he's the fool. The fool is the wizard, because the wizard can never truly be like, I know the answer. He can never give the game up. He's always got to play the fool. He's because he's got to connect everything. He's got to connect everything. So he's got to be nice. I don't care how dark you are. I got to be nice. I got to connect everything. So you got like essentially the fool's angel of the door of God, of the door to God, like, and Severus, disconnection, connection and disconnection. It's like yin and yang is, I don't know. Like I said, sometimes I can be rather slow on things, so you might have seen that already. But I think subtitles are interesting for things like that. Words are their spelling. Words have to be combined. You have to combine letters. Each letter has a root meaning. I've known people and they use runes to spell words. And I'm like, that's not how it works, bro. You just put together a magical formula and you don't even know what the combination is. You just say, this is what it sounds like. I'd look into it because it has meaning, and I'm not saying it in a bad way, but allowing your mind to grasp understanding. Because when I see runes, like, on the surface, people might be referring to one thing, but I'm seeing a different message of what those runes are actually spelling out. That's like casting a lot of runes, but this is what we set. This is the energy and the powers we are actually setting into place. Going back to the mandalas and the yantras and the sounds, as I mentioned earlier, the activation of the energy within the stone, essentially being able to activate memory within the person. For memory brings life, remembrance. If you remember, holy shnikes, you had a previous life. If you don't remember, I never been on this rock before. Look, look here. This next portion, I'm gonna take a moment to start up, cause this one's gonna get a little. I got 2 paragraphs to read. I ain't gonna go on a long reading spree, but we're gonna be reading from. Well, if you can recognize the book, then kudos to you, and if you can't, well, that doesn't need to be mentioned at this point. But before I read this in predication, I'd like to say I have Jewish blood. I have a Jewish flag. I ain't saying anybody's right or wrong in their actions on this world right now.
I ain't saying that. I'm saying what I got in my blood. That blood sings to me. It has resonance of memory, things in the past. A repetition of the past is happening in our present to some degree, to some scope, on some level that we all don't see. I'm not saying anybody's right or wrong or anything in their actions these days, right now, what's going on. I wish peace and life, period. Done. I wish peace and life. That's what I strive for. That's what I speak about, on and on and on. Anyways, so predicated. Predicated information is very important sometimes. Let me throw this out first. Hold your horses. Look, I don't want to poke the hornet's nest, okay? I don't mind getting stung by a couple bees. I can take the pain. I don't even wish them dead. I found out for the bees, if they lose their stinger, they die, right? So the last time two of them they didn't land on me, but they were on this like tinting, this netting is years ago, and I brushed up against it, and when I did, the pressure from that caused them to sting me, and like I had like they died obviously, but a dude told me he was like a dude. I felt bad that they passed on, but a dude told me they were like he said if you can pull them out slowly, not fast, but if you pull them out slowly, they can actually retain their stinger. It won't stay in you. It doesn't have like a hook. You can slide out. They can keep living. I was like, oh really? I'll try that next time, but that has not happened since. But shoot, I don't mind getting stung. If you, I've been stung from head to toe. Um, I was alright. I survived. All right. The Jews consider the true name of God to be fuck, I can't even say it. I'm gonna try it again. Irrevocably. The Jews consider the true name of God to be irrevocably lost by disuse and regard its pronunciation as one of the mysteries that will be revealed at the coming of their Messiah. And they attribute its loss to the illegality of applying the messianic points to so sacred a name. Masoretic points to so sacred a name, by which a knowledge of the proper vowels is forgotten. It is even said in the Gemara of Borda Zara that God permitted a celebrated Hebrew scholar to be burned by a Roman emperor because he had been heard to pronounce the sacred name with points. The Jews feared that the heathen would get possession of the name, and therefore, in their copies of the scriptures, they wrote it in the Samaritan character instead of the Hebrew or the Chaldaic, that the adversary might not make an improper use of it. For they believed it capable of working miracles, and held that the wonders in Egypt were performed by Moses in virtue of this name being engraved on his rod, and that any person who knew the true pronunciation would be able to do as much as he did. The name of God was literally the pronunciation, it was on his rod. what you are given in mass publication is inaccurate formulas. They've been tainted. That's why if you want to study real arcane connectivity with your divine self, with your ability to connect with everything around you, I recommend going 3,000 years plus back with whatever you're studying. Depending on the region of the world, you may need to go farther. But much has been changed and much has been lost, and I've been able to. I grew up a Jehovah's Witness, and they teach you how to bust out like 20 books. I mean, today might be different, but back in my day, we bust out like 20 books, get our journal and notepad, combine all the information, put it all together, and create a talk out of it. You got your opening, your middle, and the end. You know all of that kind of stuff. But what they helped me do specifically was to learn how to recognize accurate information. There's a way to know when somebody, like you can pick up when somebody is talking, you know what they're sharing is accurate. You know nothing about it, but you know that what they're sharing it is like on point. They've done their research, their referencing points, whatever the case, things are connecting dots you've put together before. And so when I find those kinds of things in books, I don't care what the book is labeled as. I want to get into the meat of it. I want to really find out more about that information. And I found a thing or two in everything that I've sought. And when I saw it, I didn't have to wait for some person because I got some. I gotta wait till they say I can. If the Spirit put it in front of me, guess what? They believed I was ready to embrace it. They believed I could be responsible with that authority, with that responsibility, with that understanding to use it to benefit mankind, not to hurt mankind. The bridge between extraterrestrials and God is in place. It's happening. The realization that we are so connected and so protected is coming to a realization around the world that's changing things. Wow, that's interesting. I pulled this card earlier. And it's this, she has all these arms to essentially bless, heal, and protect humanity. And I was looking at some comments in the chat log, and I was literally shuffling the cards in my hand on the left. Like I wasn't looking at the shuffling at all. And that was the card literally on top. On that account, I am going to read. the ruler of all Khanan, saving humanity in every and any way possible. Try a wide variety of methods and solutions. Choose your answer after careful consideration, and you will have many different choices, things which will be important later. I should say other things which will be important later. Your surroundings are filled with the unlimited possibilities, and you are blessed with all the tools and means you could need to fulfill them. This is all because you dedicated time and effort to set the stage, but you may find yourself with too many opportunities, leading you to question which path is for you. Take your time and really think about what it is that you need so that you can make the choice that's correct for you. There may be things that you think you don't need currently now, though they will become important later. So be careful how you handle them. Central Kanan is one of the six Kanans, savior to those wandering lost in the hungry ghost realm. She has 1,000 arms, which is what Senju means, and in the palm of each of her hands is an eye. Her hands and all the things she holds are so that she can help every single person in need in which way suits them best. Senju Kanan chooses the sacred object you need the most and uses it to bring salvation. The blessings of this Kanan are the most numerous of any Kanan, ranging from her infinitely deep and merciful heart to blessings against disaster and sickness, and even blessings of love, success, and relationships, which go out to you now. That mantra is Om Vajradharmahi, and if you would like a copy of that, make sure. Boom, and that's in the chat log. So GT7. Okay, so to individuals who do have a lot of questions, the style of dress, the style of garb has a multitude of reasons. I'm going to mention the very first reason that I began dressing differently than what was normally just regularly accepted, okay? I'm going to, from Christianity, I grew up a Jehovah's Witness born and raised for 28 years. My mom died. Everybody kicked me out to the curb, said they wanted to have nothing to do with me. Uh, my daughters were part of that whole scene, but they were way too young, so I just walked away rather than cause any problems, because even my presence was going to cause problems. My mother, my best friend, just died. It was me and my mom against the world. My brother hated me. My dad hated me. At least in their attitudes, I never really had their favor. My mom was the only one who truly had my back in my life. She was my protector and my defender, and I was able to be this innocent, wonderful person. And so without her, I was quite incomplete and lost. So I just walked away rather than go to court or try to do this or try to do that. I walked away and I was like, everybody can win. I don't care. I already lost. Everybody else can win. I don't give a shit. I already lost. My biggest loss is my mom. And you could say it however you want to. And I'm not being cold. I love my daughters very much. But they passed on, and but I knew my mom for years. We talked, we conversed. My daughters were too young. I didn't even know what their favorite colors were. They weren't old enough to pick a favorite color yet. So, not that I could observe or notice or whatever the case. So, um, so with all of that considered, I had I had went through all of that loss, and I was living in the woods and surviving quite decently. And I had, before that time, I had learned about medieval history, my videos of the armor. That's what I was into back then. That's what I just enjoyed doing. And I learned a lot of different aspects of medieval history. And here's what I connected from what I learned into what I'm going to change and make a part of my life. Knowing that this world is a emotional, mental mind fuck you in the ass and leave you in the gutter, used and abused, bleeding and practically dead as a slave for somebody else to come just pick up and string along to do whatever they want, okay? That's the motherfucking world. I don't give a fuck where you are or what you got, rich or poor, that's the motherfucking gritty titty world. Alright, we set the stage. Medieval history, 1400s, heavy cavalry. When I got into logistical academic studying of heavy cavalry, I'd like to let you know heavy cavalry has nothing to do with armor, and it has nothing to do with horses. Nope. Yeah, you would think so. Words change and their definitions and meanings change as well. So to go to the etymology and to really do your research and academic study is a different type of study. Anyways, I put myself through it, mentioned all that kind of. Anyways, so heavy cavalry translates into shock tactics. You got a wall, that wall of people, they get their orders from their captains, generals, what the fuck ever. Shock tactics say we're going to smash that motherfucking wall. We're going to knock a hole in it. Shock! And in that shock, we're going to attack from every motherfucking side. We're going to get in the middle. The fucking captains, generals, fucking, they can't give orders to the soldiers. We're going to decimate it from the middle. And while they're fucked off there, we're going to hit it from the outside too. Shock tactics, motherfucker. The moment we make contact, you're done. Fucking, we are fucking shock tactics. That's how I learned to fight. Now, the psychological is very connected to the emotional. All right? Let's bring in a quick lesson. Halloween. You dress up for Halloween because you're scaring away spirits, because the next day you're supposed to have dinner. The next night you have dinner with your deceased relatives. So you're scaring away all the bad motherfuckers. Well, I found that all them bad motherfuckers is very much connected to people. Shock tactics, start dressing differently, and then somebody looks at you and their mind goes, ksh. They have no clue what to think, how to make of it, or anything. You know why you're dressed like that. You know what you got on you. You know the memories you have within you that created who you are piece by piece by piece. What do they say? I built this page block by block or something like that. I don't know. Anyways, brick by brick, I think is what they say. And so in all of that context, people, when their mind is split, I'm going to tell you why it split, was because they were not legit. Their mind split because they were not legit. Those who are legit, they don't quit. They come and talk to you. They're like, yo, you look sweet, dope. What's up? What you dressed for? What's going down, bro? Or family? Family? People who know? Shit, there's no questions. You just walk up and you're like, it's good to see you. Full on embrace and hug. Like, family I never seen for so long. We don't exchange numbers. We don't exchange names. Nothing. But that moment we know each other exists in the world. We're growing. We're growing. We're growing. We are everywhere. We are everything. We create everything. We build everything. Oh, we got AI to do what we do. Yeah, well, if you don't have us, who's going to service your machines, motherfuckers? You think the fucking intelligent got the money at the top? Nope. The intelligent one is stuck making the fucking device for the fucker at the top. Because the fucker at the top, they only got a bunch of fucking money. Slop, slop, slop. Do what I say. That's why the future's in your hands. Literally. your hands have sight, said that she was saving humanity, and each of her hands, with an object or not, has a fucking eye in it. Sight, sight, dark and light. I have complete sight. I'm not divided, I'm united, yet I allow division to exist so I can distinctly see the difference. But I also have this other dimension over here, and some can call it imagination, some can call it reading a book, some could call it playing a video game, but there's this other dimension we could go formulate and make a concoction and see what we want, and then like bring it back. Boom, that's our material, that's our manifestation, because that's what the heart's like. Ooh, I like that. I don't know how it's going to turn out, but ooh, those are some good ingredients. Let's put those together. Just like I did. From no man's instruction, from no man's guidance, a combination of things that created something that literally affects reality. You got that in you. You don't need to go find some ancient sacred object. You can create it. You're a creator. You don't need to go get nothing from nobody. You can create it. These materials, this is all given to me. All of it. Stick, wire, quartz crystals, feathers I found, yarn. Okay, the yarn I bought at a resale shop for like $1 for like 5 bundles of yarn, okay? Oh, and I bought the drum. I bought the Domino drum on Amazon, but the leather is like real leather. It's not the same, and the cord, anyways. It's not its original product. The brass, the metal part is in the middle, but anyways, you get me. You can follow. You can do this. You don't need $1 million. You don't need $100. Shit, $20. You could go far. You could go a long way. You know, they got the little carving sets. You get like 5 or 7 of them. It's freaking like what, $15 plus shipping. That's all you need. Start playing around with it. Go find some runes. Go find some yantras. Go find some symbols, star shapes, whatever. The Merkaba, whatever. And you'll notice that you'll have an increase in your manifestation. You'll have an increase of production in your manifestation. Good reminder here. The things you wind up acquiring, creating, developing, stones or tools you work with in any fashion or form, they amplify who you are. They amplify who you choose to be. And that's what we work towards each and every day. For each one their own path. Top node. Top node. You put, I think I need drugs to manifest as much as the sky. No, you don't. No, drugs are not needed and strongly suggested not to use. Man, I'm into nature, and you know, sure I use. I got the vape here. It's pretty easy, kind of a little bit more convenient for like whatever the case. Going to it, it just though I strongly encourage people to build their minds And because on a spiritual path, one must retain their memory. If you don't retain your memory, if you cannot retain your memory correctly, then you get completely lost without the ability, uh, anyways, yeah, bad things on that direction. Though it's meditation, it's being able to truly recognize one's own indwelling intelligence, of which is free, that is not conditioned by any circumstance around them. It can morph and mold like water, coffee into the shape of this mug, but pour it on the ground and it's just going to spill out. Put it in a particular form and it's going to take that form. Put it in the freezer in a cold environment and it's going to freeze solid into that shape. Okay, on and on and on and on. It's Jacob's ladder. It's Jacob's ladder of ascension. And what Jacob's ladder of ascension essentially is, if you're not familiar with it, is developing one's psyche, their heart, and their body to be in unison, three as one: mind, body, soul. And as in heaven, also upon the earth, that which is imaginationally driven, may it manifest in our course of life, of our world around us. And so it's meditation, it's focus. You could call it prayer, you could call it mantras, you could call it chanting, you could sing it. Some people sing. Some people just do their dancing. You could do the dancing. Prayer to me is communication. If I say prayer, what I'm intending is using general words as such is communication. Generally, in my old life, in my old way, prayer was me asking for something. Oh, I need this. Oh, I need that. Oh, I need this. Oh, I need that. Communication says, what you got going down, Willis? I'm going to take care of it. Yeah, that's it. All right, gotcha. uh, are you sure? And then I get that omen in the room, the lights flicker, some bird flies by right at that moment or something. I'm like, all right, I got the omen. You got it. I'm moving along with. Not just because it's something I want or need or whatever the case, but of whatever it is that I'm being inclined to do through my intuition, through my heart's connection to source, then, well, I'm just going to allow that to flow. Take care, Forsaken King, if you didn't leave already. But Dustin Michaels said, "What do you eat?" See, I'm usually on a spiritual topic, okay, but um, because my life is being provided by like literally like people who have donated, and I can actually keep a roof over my head. Thank you. Then I'm going to actually answer that question. Um, my answer yesterday would have been different, but I was able to go get some groceries, like some groceries, and so what did I get? What did I yesterday? I made some chips from scratch. I just baked it, just dough, and like made it from flour and whatnot from scratch. It tasted very shoot, it's darn good. I'm kidding. And then I made these little like cheese because I got mozzarella cheese. And then I got put cheese on that, so I made this like little like cheese bread things, and which was actually pretty darn good. and then I make my bean mixture. And my bean mixture, you could use any kind of beans, but I get like refried beans or whatever. And yeah, it's like better to make them at home, but I just got the canned one because what. But refried beans, and then you get the jalapeno juice. Pour some jalapeno juice in there, and then you get some salsa. Put some salsa in there, like the chunky salsa, and what else? A little and some water, and send it out just a little bit, and a little bit of olive oil. Mm. That's a bean dip. It's just and then with the cheese, it's just like. And I made some potatoes, potato bean man. Yeah, and I could literally eat like bean and cheese, freaking anything like tacos, burritos, Frito pie, like. But that's what I ate last night. I was very very satisfied. Um, I like pizza a whole lot. I'm definitely. I love pizza. I could survive on pizza, seriously. Um, I need more ingredients in my life, but I love pizza a whole lot. I eat cereal. I enjoy my cereal, but I've kind of been stuck to just eating cereal because I've been making it kind of stretch. You know what I'm saying? It's been a kind of a fan favorite for a while. So I do enjoy my cereal. Um, but on the flip side of those, I do prefer healthy mix. I was on it for me. I was able to stay on at the mushroom powders, lion's mane, reishi, cordyceps, king's trumpet, gosh, and some others I can't think of. But I would get those different mushroom powders. Garden of Life was a brand I found to be like really good in their sourcing of ingredients, and they had the super greens mixture, and it's like shoot, the amount of different ingredients it has in there is just like beyond what you're going to get in a salad or on a burger or on a plate or anything. It's just super great for the body. And they also have like a meal replacement and a sports protein formula. And I like to and they have a sports recovery mixture, and I like to combine all of those together. Throw fruit in, particularly papaya, watermelon, and cantaloupe, including the seeds. Gotta have the seeds. You gotta have the seeds. Super health benefits. Watermelons, 32 health benefits to the human body itself. The black seeds, the black watermelon seeds, 32 health benefits to the human body. Do some research on it. Amazing stuff. Okay, so that's why they're selling you all that seedless crap. Get one with the black seed, but keep them, put them in the blender, shake. That's what I do, and along with the mushroom powders and stuff, it's pretty. And I can always mush down a good peanut butter sandwich, man. I don't need jelly really. I mean, jelly's good. Honey's is nice. Um, but anyways, enough about food. And of course, my fan favorite coffee. I love drinking my coffee. And juice, I like juice of all sorts. Um, moving on. Meat. I have not had a huge meat source lately. The ability to like afford it or whatever the case. But anyways, yeah. Normally, I shoot. Personally, if I can, I'd rather go with bison. Bison has at least, if I'm not mistaken, it could be more, but bison has 4 times the protein content than cow meat. Bison is like, anyways, um, so there's like healthier choices of meat to get out there, and so on that sort of case, bro, I'm from Texas. I don't give a shit. We got a fire, we got a pit, throw it in there, cover that bitch up, let it cook for a good long while. Big ass piece of meat, that shit gonna fall off, and I don't give a fuck what it was. I'm down to eat. But lately my diet, specifically, it has not actually had much meat in it at all. I did have some bison recently, but no, not normally. Lately, at least, anyways. But. And like, yo, enchiladas, I make up enchiladas, breakfast tacos. Yo, I'm from Texas, bro. Like Tex-Mex, like what is it? Okay, I'll tell you my favorite taco to make, okay? I make the homemade freaking tortillas like the ones you get in the restaurants. Like, anyways, um, where I'm from, they always put a little, always put a little extra spice and things. Always made a little bit, uh, they put a little bit pizzazz on that Tex-Mex mixture, and so that's what I grew up with. But man, from I can make any, I make puffy tacos, shisha, mm, enchiladas and mole. That's some good stuff right there. Oh gosh, I hadn't thought about that in years. Gosh, I like sushi. I love sushi. I could eat me some sushi. Like, I found out there was this buffet place, this Chinese buffet, and they had freaking sushi, and they had freaking ginger, and I was like, well, shit. If you didn't know, ginger kills the any harmful bacteria that would be in the sushi that you eat. So I learned it, and I like the wasabi. So like they're the so like I threw all that on there and the green stuff and yeah, every single one of them. And I'm munching. I'll put a buffet out of sushi, bro. I can put that. I could stack that back. But I'm not into like, uh, well, whatever fish and chips, whatever. It's cool, all that good stuff. And I can make better coffee than you ever had anywhere else. I swear to God, I'm not kidding. I make the best coffee you ever had. You could bring me the coffee. Like, it's all about your water. It's all about the water. And whether you've seen or not before, I'll show you. But right there, let's say I'll just leave the camera like that and keep it in view. Hey, they caught it. Oh. All right, we're still good. And so essentially this guy right here is my water filtration system. It has a main container up here. It has like a ceramic kind of filter up top or whatever that kind of material is. I don't know, it's not ceramic, but you know what I'm talking about. You might not. But then beneath it has this like 5-stage filtration system. And then at the bottom, within it has stones and mineral and these little minerals balls that like alkaline the water, and then beneath it on that white space there is hollow technically, so I fill that up with a bunch of stones generating positive energy. So that's my water filtration there. It holds, it's Santivia. If you want to look it up, I'll put it in the chat log here. They don't, I don't get nothing from them or anything, but I love their product. It's a wonderful thing. And that's it right there. And so essentially that energy, along with what I do on my own, resonating my own energy and mantras, so forth and so on, it literally creates holy water. And when one drinks it, it's a lot, it's thicker, it has more body to it. Yourself actually feels more sustained out of it. There's actually a legitimate science to how you can create holy water. Yeah, you can. How do I create holy water? All right. I recommend glass, but you get plastic if that's all you got. And essentially, what you're going to do with this water is, now let me mention something to you about water. When you filter water, it becomes empty because it has no nutrients within it. So that's why the water will absorb plastic or whatever container that it's within. If it can pull elements out of it, it will, because the water is technically empty. It's been filtered. All the things have been taken out of it, positive and negative. It's all been taken out. So the water is empty. It's empty. So it's actually seeking to be filled up. And that's why it grabs qualities from other surfaces, materials in the right conditions. And understanding this reality, get yourself a container of water. Glass would be best. And 3 times a day, let me predicate that you're gonna have a space for this water that's gonna be away from the light, and it's gonna be away from human activity, whether it's in a drawer, whether it's in the closet, whatever. It's gonna be kept away from normal activity. 3 times a day, you pray, you connect, you sing, you jam, you're feeling happy, whatever. Bring that water out. And that's when you go into your mantras. That's when you are actually being meditatively concentrated with active emotional energy. And you're sending this energy simply not as essentially to the water, but you're just sending it out like you're connecting and communicating with divinity. Okay? And this water is going to be before you, cap open. And then when you're done, close it up, put it away. 3 times a day. Do it for 3 weeks. 21 days. Do this. When you're done, get some water from that source that you originally had, right? Whatever it was. So you got like 2 bottles of glass, one they're marked or whatever, somehow, some way, and one's original state filtered. The other one's the one you've been doing, so you can actually have a comparison. And then at that time you can take them out and you can compare the taste. And you're going to see the one that you've been praying before, communicating before, meditating before, whatever the case, letting that energy just to go over that water, the surface of that water, to have access to that. You're going to notice a difference in that. You're going to notice a difference in taste. The flavor is going to be better, and it's going to taste thicker. Why? Because you actually filled it with energy. You put nutrients into the water through frequency. You created a regular pulse, and that regular pulse created stability in the motherfucking water. That's the science of that reality. I don't challenge you, but if you would do this, try it out. Please try it out in all sincerity. Even if you don't know how to meditate, heck, just sit there and think happy thoughts for a bit. Think about some people you love and send them some care and protection in that moment, just in your heart. Just imagine it. Okay, play pretend. They got everything they wanted. Their bills are paid, and they got money well before on time, right on time, and they're doing well. It's just let that energy flow if you want to. You don't have to do no major crazy meditation or jam. You could capture any energy in that water, okay? But if you're consistent with that, maybe you're always happy. Maybe you're just generally always happy and giddy. Well, then when those moments pop up for you, boom, pour that into the water. But regularity creates the pulse becoming stability. Keep that in mind. And then when I cook potatoes, when I make coffee, when I do anything, making bread from scratch, I use holy water. I use water that has literally been filled with loving energy. And that's what a kid does. Think back. Kid gets their food no matter where they are, right? Generally speaking, if you let a kid be a kid and they got a place to go play, they're going to come take a bite, and then they're going to go run and play. And then come take a bite, and then go run, play. Because they're literally taking that energy, and when they grab the food, they're literally, abstractly, quantumly, and quite directly turning all that joy and transferring that energy into the food in that very moment. They ate playfulness and happy, and they went right back to. It was a pulse they generated, and they have a stability in their activity because of that. These ones are our teachers. If you can learn from the children around you, despite their good or bad or ill or anything of results, you going to learn how to be a fire shaman with some NOS. Yeah. Because when I was young, my elders never learned from me. They laughed at me. I was told to shut up. It's my turn now, and I decided to learn from every single one around me. They ignored me, but I chose not to ignore those children. I chose not to ignore others in the room who had others' ideas, regardless of age, regardless of place, regardless of anything. We're all on the playground together. And I decided to learn from the generation not only before me, but the generation coming behind me. That child is the greatest teacher because they are truly connected with Source in ways that is quite often behind most people's comprehension. But I have seen personally in our day and age that there are parents and there are individuals, and they are accelerating their child's growth. And for those who do that, I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I think it's an amazing world that we're living in, and the amount of um, headway that our generations have made over the years. The odds have been against us, but we just don't know how to give up. Ain't that something we talk about here? Our greatest problem as a healer, as someone doing good, is knowing when we're look. I can't win this one. I'll walk away. I can't help this person. I'm gonna stop trying. That is the hardest thing to do. And in those moments, and even in our continued reality, we keep coming, we keep assisting, we keep doing what we keep doing, and somehow, some way, another one of us picks another one of us up, and we get right back to it. And that's why this world looks different than it did 20, 30 years ago, shoot, 10 years ago. Our world has made leaps and bounds, and it will continue to, and we will make greater and accelerated advancement. And if anything, I work and strive towards the effects that we remember our humanity, we remember each other as we grow technologically. As much as we ascend to the heavens, may we remember where we are from, the ground, the earth, and the elements, and to know that we are one with those, that the scientist and the shaman, they can walk together as one. The because somewhere in that combination, somewhere, and when I say scientist, please understand whether you're working in a lab with like super duper awesome stuff and the legit scientists that you have like worked to and achieved, all respect, bro, sis, amazing. But I am also talking to the scientist of the everyman, the scientist at heart, the scientist of their world, of their environment. They're not judging it, they're calculating it, they're intaking data and material, and to that, every one of us is a scientist if you choose to be. I mean, that's what I strive for us to really kind of keep in mind, um, and to not lose our humanity. May all of our advancements work to make human life smoother, not more difficult, not more taxing, but smoother, appropriate, uh, in every way we can. Anyways,
Untamed kings without thrones said, "We become the fathers, the pillars on which they will rise to higher heights." It's very true. I talk about stones, I talk about stepping stones, people being stepping stones, not in a negative way, myself included being a stepping stone, knowing that my advancement for what I've made is limited for me. I am limited in my progress advancing because you're going to go beyond me. That's what I've learned how to do. I've learned how to help people go beyond where I am. And it is no shame, no bad thing to be that stepping stone, to be that launching pad, to be that pillar that another can take a step to get higher, because only together can we see from the vantage point at the top. And if the bottom guys ain't there, the dude at the top ain't got squat. He's screwed. The worst, because if something goes wrong, he gonna hit rock bottom the hardest. And that's what we've been living through. A tower of people, a leaning tower of people, and the top motherfuckers like, "Oh, it's me!" And they fucking fall every time. I'm not saying they didn't succeed, but they fell. The structure leaned and it fell. It wasn't stable. It didn't last. And if it did, well, we understand those people weren't there by their choice. They weren't supporting something by free will, of sovereignty. They were being induced mentally, manipulatively, and stuck in that structure. And that's why they had all the problems they had. They weren't standing in their strength. Anyways, that's a whole nother topic. Together we can move and have feet at the bottom, because while we're still together, we can reach the heights and have sight up above all the mess, up above the clouds, above the tree line. We can see the horizon for what it should be. And that allows us to make a proper decision. Getting emotional, getting lost in someone else's bunch of junk, whatever, and all their only slows you down. It doesn't defeat you, it just slows you down. Now, here's what I've done sometimes. I've seen somebody bring to me an incident. I'm not referencing anybody or anything, but in moments of my past, I've been presented with the events just like this, and the motherfucker came in and I saw what they were doing, and it was to slow my roll. Okay, and I was making fine progress. Now, when I saw that happen, I knew it wasn't exactly friendly. I knew it wasn't friendly. I knew that from the get go, like obvious, okay? People's words, gestures, very clear indications. Either you know or you don't know. I'm not here to be your mama and teach you the ABCs. If you ain't learned that, I suggest you go hang. Anyways, and I decided, not even thinking a plan out, but I just decided, you know what, I'm gonna take, I'm gonna go ahead and let what happens happens. No obstruction, and I'm gonna take the time out as if it were. Whatever they got formulating, people love to think that they won. People love to gloat. People love to shine with a chip on their shoulder as it goes. That's when they miss the most important parts of their own life, is when they're feeling so great. You gotta keep paying attention. And whatever I gotta do, I'll be able to get out of that situation. Because I don't have to do anything.
I learned my environment. And as I walked into my environment, I can walk out of my environment, wherever that may be. That's your safety line. That's always your safety line out. What I'm getting at ultimately is, in a multitude of situations, I've been able to utilize a negative to affect me for the positive. Because that moment of reflection was needed, the universe caused the event to happen. The person wasn't the individual, the person wasn't the problem, the person wasn't anything. The universe gave me what I needed, and sometimes it can come packaged in something dark. Other times it can come packaged in something very light. But I always need to pay attention. I always keep in focus to learn the lesson. And some things, I'm going to dance around. I ain't going to get mixed up in it. I ain't going to stick with it. I know my track and whatever. But sometimes, where I thought I learned a lesson, the universe is telling me, take another look. That's what I'm getting at right there. I've been through that more than a couple times in my journey. I thought I learned a lesson. I thought I mastered a lesson. I thought I was there. I did. And I wasn't. And that's why the event kept coming back to me. Light, dark, rainbow, I don't give a hoot. The event different events kept causing the same thing to pop up in my heart. Because the universe said, you don't need a freaking tarot card. You need to deal with what I'm telling you to deal with right now, because this is live and in the moment. So I'm up in your grill about that. That's a spirit. That's Pa. Pa can be pretty direct sometimes. Ma, she a little bit more like, you can take your time sometimes. But as far as I've worked with Divine Father energy, 1, 2, 3, 5 is laid out. That's what to do. And that's our own ability to shift gears of our own mind, interacting with our own psyche, with our own chakras aligned, knowing that we have an ability to really set the order and engage the activity. Regardless of what somebody else does, says, how I feel in the moment, what's going on, that's my objective. I've got a process. I'm moving forward with it. And in the other aspect, my feminine self, as mentioned, I can sit at home. It can take a break. It can really meditate. It can think about things. I can think about things abstractly. I can have a completely different feel. These are abilities of my psyche that I can engage at any moment and disengage at any moment. Now, there's a lot of stuff out there, and in the last letter, there's a lot of acronyms, and the last letter ends in a D for disability. But in this circumstance, when you learn how to meditate and you learn how to turn off to stop the activity, and you know how to turn on to start that activity, that ability, then the D disappears and it becomes an A for ability, for it is a benefit. It is your superpower. They got acronyms for people who can think like 50 times the speed of a normal person, process the shit, and be like, boom, here's your answer. And they can't fucking understand how they do it, so they give them an acronym with the last letter being a D. You dumb fuck. You're a poor ass, nothing, good for nothing, poser ass teacher, because you're not teaching nothing. And you're calling them disabled. You mother. Learn how to be a fucking teacher, engage them where at their level to some degree, or learn how to support it, and watch some beauty and some magic get made, bro. They got quantum minds generating processes. This is why a lot of these individuals were the priests, the the true ones before things became a fad and all fancy. But in the very beginning, these ones were not seen that you were not seen to have a disability. You had an ability, and people needed to care for you like they cared for a god. Because your mind was calculating bigger things than whatever I'm thinking about or he's thinking about. Oh, he can save the fucking nation. Let's make sure. We want to be able to chat with him every day and hear what he's got to say. Don't know, it might contribute to something, might not. Pay the fuck attention to that one. They know a thing or two. It's a completely different mentality. It's a completely different type of nurturing. And I believe so much in the past, we've been instructed to love one another from various saints and gurus and Christos and so forth and so on. Because these ones saw the past as I see it. We were all awakened at this degree at one point. But we gotta love each other. We can't be fighting. Around the world, we can't be fighting with each other. We can't move forward if we're still fighting with each other. The only reason why we're fighting with each other is because our people don't have enough to put a roof over their head, food in their stomach, and to have a good access to clean water. That's why we fighting. That's why the whole world fighting with each other. That's why those three things are why the world is at war. It never stopped. The world war never fucking stopped. It just shifted into another they say passive aggressive. There's no fucking such thing. You're manipulatively aggressive. You poser ass lying motherfucker manipulated your way to be aggressive. Haha, fuck you. With my whole fist. The whole thing. Got it ribbed for you. Not you. I love you. If you can't laugh, you're doing something wrong. Okay, now I'd like to say something. We've got some comments in the chat log. It says, Christ is King. Christos. Christos is a state of consciousness. That Christ is a state of consciousness. It is not one being. It is not a person. Christ is not a last name. It is a state of the mind. The Indians, Hindu India, know this is the Krishna consciousness. Some Westerners who've learned a little bit more than what's in their own part of the world also know of the Krishna consciousness and see exactly how identical this way of thinking is to the Christos consciousness. Christos, Krishna, pretty darn close if you ask me. Christos is King. You have a consciousness of love and goodness, of Christos. You do, not the other person on the other. You have a Christos consciousness because it's connected with your heart. So that's happening. And you, whether you're female or male, you are a king. your chakras of your body, you are a king. And you can make a free will choice to do what you choose to do because you know with that Christos consciousness that whatever it is you're doing is to help humanity. It is to help a numerous amount of people, not just yourself. You yourself, you hope you got a roof over your head, some food in your belly, and some good clean water. That's what you help. Other than that, we're trying to help. We're trying to do good. And with that, then we're not conforming to man around us. We're not conforming because we value the opinion of a man. We can see that they are also a king of their own life. They can make they are making their own free will choices, and we don't have to fight with that. We don't have to engage that. We can respect them as a fellow king, whether they see themselves as that or not. And with that heart of love and goodness, we can turn the back and continue to walk whatever direction we're going. And whether my grandfather said, if you want to go the way you're going, you've got to go the opposite way first. Don't know why or how, and I can't explain it all entirely, but somehow you've got to go the wrong way to go the right way. And that's what happens with individuals in life is they can become these obstacles. And if we can mentally kung fu ourselves around, maneuver, in some dancing method, then we don't even have to engage their activity. And that maintains your divinity and thus your human sovereignty. For your human sovereignty is directly linked with your divinity, your ability to uphold divine law and order throughout every moment of your life. And that divine law and order says, honor thy heart, and the mind knows not to hurt anyone or to do anything that would cause a bad ripple effect of events to happen on others, and for as much as they can. And that's why we learn to meditate and we learn our boundaries, we learn our limits, we know what we can take. We've tried to save someone for 20 years of our life, and we learned the whole cycle of it. We learned the successes and the failures, the limitations and the gains. We learned our parameters. And so in the future we can change our actions and have smoother progress. Uh, Thank you, Scrap Trap. Hey there, intriguing accumulation. Uh, Buddhism, that's actually great, great. So J Hayes 5336 asks, Buddhism, question mark. Okay. Now I'm going to predicate that I've been to a Hindu temple for an elongated amount of time. I've technically not been to a Buddhist temple, technically, but there is one that's like 2.5 miles down from where I live. And I'm gonna walk there one day. Okay, so I'm gonna go anyway. But I've done some more considered. I'm living it. I'm integrating this into my life. Okay, now I might go. It's on the Hindu side of things. What their ceremonies are ultimately performing. I mean, it's a wide range of things. Okay, it's nothing one thing specific, but just in a general sense of things. on the Hindu side, we're bringing in divine energy that it may bless our physical reality. Okay? On the Buddhist side, we are completely detaching from everything so we can connect really and explore exactly how much this body's capable of. Okay, so I was talking about this earlier on a Harry Potter reference. Concerning the diverse and very distinct natures of Severus, and with Dumbledore, door, LE, we're moving backwards. Reverse the LE, you get ELL, angel, angel of the door, and dumb, DUMB, fool, the magician, the fool amongst the crowd, the fool angel of opening the door. Anyways, so you have these two different natures of intake, of coming together, and separation. Now, those are two different ceremonial types. Those are two different meditation sequencing to go through, okay? That's two different systems, completely polar opposite to work, okay? They're both good in their own right, but they're opposite to work. But when I learned that I was actually doing the Buddhist system already, I was doing that naturally. Everything I learned and read, I practically got it carved into my staff, like, and it's called the Kuji-in system, and it's these characters right here, which actually ancient Japanese, Chinese, anyways. And so I took these two vastly different meditation systems and I performed them at the same time. I found out a sequence to integrate them together into one. And at the moment that you at the moment that you connect, you also disconnect. Positive and negative, like you wind up like, and it allows the actual next stage of spiritual connection. Like, oh. So that's why this is one of the big reasons why I continually share one of the sayings I have in my life, which is learn from all sources, belong to none of them, because every source is going to have its original alchemized product, okay? And they're going to show you how to create that alchemized product yourself. And I don't mean it as in like some Walmart product, but like alchemy is going to produce something. And if you continually do the same thing, then you get the same result, and then you can actually start working freely as a creator, and you can explore that realm and start to become the master that you truly are of whatever it is you are the master of learning and being able. And when I say master, I mean an individual where there is no obstacle that stops them. Okay, I ran into this and this idea failed. Well, I'll try this idea, and oh, this one worked out. I'm going to proceed forward. Nothing stops a master from continuing on their journey. A master is always going to be able to continue on their journey regardless of where they are or what's going on. Like, it's not about being a master of other people. But by being able to use these different alchemized abilities to learn their systems, and then to know them, to be able to do them, and then you're at home in your own ritual space, in your own sacred circle, in your own portal, in your own temple like setting, or whatever you want to call it, however you guys are set up in nature or anything, then you can actually put all of those things together and actually start working with them. You can see how fundamentally they are, how fundamental they are to your ability to craft the unique stuff that you do. And at that point, when I entered that phase of my life, that's when I truly stopped wanting to teach other people anything. I love sharing information. That's why this can come so natural, because I don't look at it as I'm like teaching you, but more like, yo, you're my bro, you're my sis, you're my son, I'm your son, whatever the case, cousin. Like, bro, like we just chatting, I'm just sharing. And so in that vein, you can apply or not. I'm not forcing anything. And I don't have to be stuck in that old religious mentality. Oh, you gotta do what I say or you're wrong. Blah blah blah. Do whatever you want. That's what I'm doing. But that's the importance. Learn from all sources. Belong to none of them. If you belong to one of them, then they're gonna say, no, you can't do what they're doing. No, you can't do it. You got to wear our colors only, our clothes only. You got to only our style. You do this kind. I'm not saying they don't make advancements. I'm not saying they got it, bro. They got it. They got it. But to truly explore and to truly become who you are, that's done in secret. That's done in silence. That's done when no man, and when I say man, I mean sovereign human. I don't care what gender you are. It's all human is all it applies to all of us. Um, and that's life, helping us each be able to realize what we're capable of. That's how we can truly see our future. Going to work, we have dealt, we have been the victim of the person being the smarter one in the room. We do some stuff, we're just trying to help out. We don't care about taking the bigger job or whatever the case. And somebody sees us as a challenge. They see us outperforming them. So right away they start creating problems for us in the workplace. I look at that and I have experienced that, and to me I'm like, well, let's reverse that effect. Let's change that reality. Because if there's somebody smarter than me or got a better idea than me, then heck, bro, maybe your idea is going to save the day. Like, let you get the kudos, all the good stuff, bro. Go for it. Like, I'm not always going to have the great ideas. I'm not always going to be that. Someone else is going to have a better idea. Boom. That's when they're going to advance beyond me. That's when people are going to start putting to get things together faster, better. Those are the days I look forward to. Those are the days that I envision. Those are the dreams that I kind of keep longing after. And that's I kind of I set my future. I talk about manifestation and stuff like that, and I set my future out on that kind of a broad span. That's what I'd like to enter. I took my anchor of where like my body and soul is, and I chunked it into that various wave pool of who knows what could happen of things. And that's what my soul is always driven towards. That's what my life, my actions, my thoughts, that's why, I'm around something, or I don't know, maybe a place too long or whatever the case, and I'm like, yeah, it's time to go, it's time to go, my legs twitching, it's time to go, because I can feel that energy shifting. And it's always good to be adaptable. It's always good to be in the flow and to know sometimes it's just a no go. Sometimes it's just a no go. Ain't nobody to blame. Ain't nobody to get mad at. It's just a no go. That's okay. That's okay. There's going to be another occasion. There's going to be another event. There's going to be another thing. There's going to be something else. Just be patient. But you know what? Screw being patient. I'm gonna start working on some things right now. I got some ideas. And so in that, whether my body is stuck where it is or whether I'm moving around but can't do anything about my situation, I'm still able to be proactive with a non-emotional response, a non-emotional influence. That's how you know you're going to make your best decision. That's why you get angry, you cry, you laugh, you get all those emotions out of you. Get all that stuff out the way. Entertain yourself, whatever. Take the shower afterwards, okay. Move something around in the house. Change where the picture's been hanging on the wall for 3 years. Hell, just put it 3 inches to the left. It fucking changed. Your visual environment just changed. That's going to cause a psychological change of what you want to happen. Because when our outside world changes, our inside world is changing. If our outside world doesn't change, nothing changed in here. The heart's been stuck and hasn't made progress. That's when frustrations start coming up because the heart, the soul, it wants to learn, it wants to make progress. It's in this body, it only has a limited amount of time. This moment around this time ago, it's it's itching. It wants to move. It wants the experience. It's hungry for the unknown to just happen because the unknown, it's not scary anymore. I can survive it. Whatever the world throws at me, I can survive it. Hell, I can fucking get along with it. I can help it live. I can support it on somehow, some ways, some regard. That kind of mindset changes your world, it changes your actions. And it's just, when I say mindset, let me say a heart set. A heart set. Because you're setting the heart in this energy. You're not just thinking it, you're living it because you believe it. And so that's how you interact with it. That would be correctly worded. This is for Jiffy Simpletons. Alright, I can't pass this one up. Alright, I don't mean no harm or nothing. But number one, yo, it's Simpletons. Like, and they said in all capital letters to me, grow up. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. I don't remember any of the words, but I'm gonna keep swimming and I don't know, nah, I've seen what it's like to grow up, and people are not happy. The people that grew up, they're not happy. Nope. I want to be happy. I like being at peace, and I prefer peace. But I'd rather be happy if I could rather than be in any other kind of mood. I mean, happy's kind of nice. Nice to be happy. Peace is much more important. Peace can exist while I'm happy. Peace can exist while I'm sad. Thank you. I like that one. It was a good one, though. Yo, little bro, you're a legend now. That's great.
starting at BC. Yeah, that tribal life is showed me something different. It truly has opened up better options in my life. Um, so many different tribes around the world, and how many ways of their life are shared. Their ceremonial processes, their styles, and if anything, man, I'm not gonna go around somewhere waving a flag. I'm not the flag guy as much as I want to be, but I decided to just dress and be what I'm screaming from the inside, what my heart is, what my blood is. I've got Cherokee blood, I've got Aztec blood, I've got Spaniard blood, I've got French blood, and then there's also some German in there as well. Um, as much as those kind of things link together. So really, I'm bringing together many different aspects of my whole being, of my research and life together, and that's why you always enjoy going out to a place or an environment that has a variety of things, because the mind and the eyes see wonder and they enter a place of imagination, and that's where we want to be, is in that state of imagination. It's a great place to be, just like kiddos, completely enthralled with the world around us. Take care. Epic Void. Ooh, nice, nice. Untamed Kings Without Thrones. I'll have to check that out sometime. Concentric TV. I'm scrolling up on comments. You had asked, may I ask what you think about the universal use of numerology and vortex mathematics? Numerology. We are always attempting to figure out how to think things faster. No, wrong starting. We are consistently trying to learn how to communicate what we know to be true faster. If I know something, I want to communicate it faster. Now, I know there are words out there we could be using, and we would be covering way much more ground using those sets of words versus as the plain speech is. However, just staying on that note, so numbers, shapes, words, all of it stand as a representation of what we know we're working with. So, numerology is a way to take these events, situations,
and frequencies and put them into a sequence that our mind can grasp faster than our conversational language can allow. If we add this reality to telepathic connectivity, which is not mind to mind, it's heart to heart. Yes, the brains connect, they're sharing a field space, those pineal glands, all that kind of stuff is going on. It's the heart to heart that's really generating the soul to soul informational transfer. The words are a complement of that heart to heart transfer. The information coming through to the mind is because it was first felt vibrationally sourced from the heart. The heart sent out that vibration. That boom, 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 boom. That's a sequence. Okay. So mathematics essentially allow us to put together these quantum abilities that we have, these godlike abilities that others would term it to be, these magical capabilities, much faster, much more efficiently, and on and on and on. And so the better one learns the numerology, the more they're familiar with it. Uh, at a certain point, you forget the numbers and you start living the sequences and you pay attention to the patterns and the repetitions. And now you're not looking at numbers, you're putting everything together because you know there's a multiverse out there, and that multiverse has information on every single level. So whether it be nature, images, sounds, and the person's own heartbeat and the synchronicity of their words or the non-synchronicity of their words with that environment setting is going to assist in providing me what I need to know in any given situation, and on and on and on. And one individual said, "Turn to Yeshua. I'd like to let everybody know, turn to your own heart. Your own heart is what connects you to the divine. Your own heart is what makes you realize the divinity that exists within you. Don't follow any man, dead or living. Become. Become what you seek. Become what you desire. Become what no other man or person or human in this world embodies, because your heart and your vibration, let it bloom. Let that bloom from the light and the love that you have for the rest of the world. You want to help everybody in the world, you can't do it because it's their labor to carry out. It's their karma to balance, not yours. The increase of your own vibration of positivity, to see the divinity not only within thyself, in all of the elements of everything around us, though also within our neighbor, the very ones walking around us. Follow your heart. It's got a great answer, and it knows. It knows when things are wrong and you shouldn't do. Follow that heart. Follow. Because eventually that heart's going to help you see the divinity within, as mentioned, When you see that, you're going to recognize the king that you are, not over any man, but but over yourself and your own freedom of will. And thus you will rise from the pits of following to fucking just leading. Plenty of people going to learn a thing or two because they're going to be on your coattail. That's all right. Let them be there. Keep making your progress. You're clearing the way for others. Interesting. Um, I did see. I was looking up to see if there was predicated information or something, but where are you? Hold on, give me a moment, I'll find it. Jami13 put in, sent $40. Thank you, thank you. Would you like a reading, or would you like me to pull a couple cards or anything like that? Um, it's very kind of you. What's up, Evie? Good to see you. Bright night, bro, yo. I knew I hit the right buttons there. Bright Knight said, on a side note, my real job is the #1 assassin in the Megaverse. I'm just trying to teach a little bit, trying to survive. What's up, bro? Sending much love and many goodness. We be finding each other during these dark times as we light our own torches and become lighthouses of beacons of awareness that, hey, yo, I'm not just motherfucking awake, man. I am manning the fort. We got this going down. The world is shaking the tree that ain't been producing no sovereignty. All right, I'm going to read that because that was pretty darn poetic. And this goes to anybody out there. I'm going to put my email in. I've done it before, and I have some more to read from them. But if you care, if you would like me to read any of your poetry, I'm more than happy to read it. I'll speak your now. I'll be like it's not mine before and after reading it. But that was where was it?
there was a good cut that you made. Definitely after that. Hold on, give me a moment. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'll continue on. Yeah, you don't have to be modest, bright knight. You can bring who you are to the table. Go ahead. You know, it's nice to shake things up. It is nice to get a new perspective or approach things from a different angle or to this is why I've been looking for family. This is why I've been doing this kind of thing because ultimately, look, I'm not interested in teaching the basics. I'm looking for family. That's what I've been doing the whole time. And we've been finding family and family, man. I tell you what, inspiration from one to another, it is going roundabout. And in this aspect, in this way, we no longer feel alone because we believe as we are interacting with on a daily basis that there is something greater in this world. There is something coming together. There is something actually formulating and generating a positive wave of goodness. Now, we're coming on daily. I haven't put up anything. I haven't paid attention to world events. I haven't looked at what's too much about what's going on in the news. I've been focused on what I've been focused on, and that is essentially doing my jam here, or doing our jam. I'll call it our jam. It's our jam, really. It's not my jam, it's our jam. And get a little two bell on that one. And let's do it.
GT7. Are you going to dance for Dance Monkey? Haters don't know what's up. Why don't you have pay to chat, brother? I don't want to hurt my brother. Proper verbiage there, proper wording. I saw that. I learned when I dance, cause I'm moving a whole lot of energy. Whole lot of energy. My dance has effects in this world. So I reserve those for when I move to, as everybody should be engaging their own life if they desire so to do. Not for money, but because that is what's in their heart to do. And I don't have a monetize. My channel is not monetized. If you would like to donate money because you appreciate what I offer on a daily basis and you would like to support it just like your local PBS channel, station being able to put the broadcasts on, then I'm able to keep a roof over my head, food in my belly, not excessively, and I'm able to continue to grow my mind, continue on my journey, and share everything I share, and do what I do every day. And this continues on, and this is happening because of that little reality. I've not been homeless for the past 6 months because of this reality. I am ever grateful. Is this my job? I don't see it as a job. This is what I've been wanting to do, and not as only somehow is it making this reality possible for me to be doing what I love to do, what my heart sought to do from the youngest years of my life without even knowing it. And so thus I encourage others to do so. If people want to talk with me, you got to connect with my heart first. I ain't interested in having a conversation with anybody, to be honest with you. I'm not interested in it. I don't want to talk. I got nothing to share. Not on that level. I don't want to answer a million questions. I want to share everything I know. I want to help you be able to flow on the go without bumps, without stumbles. I want you to be able to keep your father and your mother and your children in your life to your last dying day. And may that day be long in the future. That's what I live for. I said it before, I already lost. On my side of the thing in this world, I already lost. On the spiritual side, I won. I saw my mother, I saw my daughters walking through them pearly gates. I saw it with my mind's eye, with no drug, with no substance, with nothing added into me, except me connecting in meditation and Zen and with the divine like I do through my heart. And I saw my mom and my daughters pass through right on into heaven. And that's something no one can take from me. I've got a certain happiness that other people will hopefully have one day as well. Though where people are winning, I'm losing. Where I am winning, other people are losing. And my nature is to bring balance to the universe. Whatever name, title, whatever people want to see me as or label me as, I don't care. I want to bring balance. The world needs balance. Our world needs balance. And until we can do that, we're not going to make awesome progress. Technologically we have, but humanity's just as fucked, if not worse, because there's more people, and thus more people without, and more people without, that's more suffering, so we're worse off. So to see the creator within each of us, that we can change this world for the better, regardless of our current situation or what our past has been, we can transform. I have transformed. I have become something different than just what I grew up as, good old boy in Texas, born and raised Christian, stuck in the mentality, don't listen to anybody else, it's all demons, it's bad, ooh, it's gonna kill you, you're not strong enough to take on any of it, you wait, you gotta, fuck that shit. I know exactly what my heart is drawing me to, and I don't give a fuck if it looks scary or not. If my heart is drawing me, I'm going. Motherfucker, if you with me, I don't give a shit. My feet and my heart's going where it's going, and I hope your heart is gonna move you to where you belong to be as well, to where you're gonna see your beautiful reality too. Because maybe what you create and I create is gonna be too big to be too close together. That's a good thing. We'll have to have a vacation spot in the middle, a little gazebo, a little park or something. Okay, you gonna call? I don't care. You call me whatever you want, but I got a vision in my mind. I have a vision in my mind. I have a vision in my mind. Oh, I'm sharing this vision. Laws can be changed. Anybody can go be that governor, that individual. Laws, new laws can be written into effect. Agreed upon. Okay, hear me out. I'm in America. Teach country as maybe they could, but okay. My Indian brothers and sisters. Uh, Look, dot India, dot Indian, feather Indian. Okay, no disrespect, love, togetherness. But right now I'm talking about my Indian on this continent specifically. So, you know how they bought property for the railroad track, for a railroad, right? So the railroad has its rights and they can build what they want, right? They had to buy the property first, right? So what if a bunch of the Indian tribes got together and bought land that like connected cross state, like huge amounts of swaths of land that made like a ring or a fucking shape or something, and the buffalo could migrate on this plane, like wide ass motherfucking plane, and they could migrate, and as they go through each one, boom, Indian nation, brothers and sisters, your land, you can fucking hunt, you can do your thing as you do. New laws can be written into effect. The ownership of land is coming together can create the hunt. If we can actually live the hunt, and like each one, you know, like fuck, they have like the gaming things, like you can only catch so many fish of a certain kind or whatever. So as it goes through your land or your territory, boom, you can get X amount, whatever the case. You know, you can have a certain number, whatever. But you could have the fucking hunt, like really not pinned in, but like fucking. And if you have enough land, they'd be able to migrate with the seasons, north, south, whatever. You can even have some fucking offshoots, whatever, barn, fucking whatever, like, so they could go inside and take care of them and shit. Like, so you take care of them, help their babies, you know, born sick ones, whatever. Call like do good things, and then they've got to be pumped with hormones, and then fucking, and then you could fucking just whole new world would our world would open up. Anyways, that's the vision that popped in my head. May the divines make that possible, make that happen. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tum, orsimitoki, shabu, balana, shabtrubina, orsimitoki, shabu, balana, shabtrubina, orsimitoki, shabu, balana, shabtrubina, abrada, 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 And then what if they did that in every fucking part of the world around the world? Holy shit, man. That'd be something. It's a way to respect the land. There's a way to balance things out. And our future involves our past. Not our past exactly as it was, but some type of cohesive balance, some type of acceptance, some kind of normalcy in diversity. And being able to honor each one for their path and how they choose to walk it and live it. Hi there, Abby. Evie. Evie said, does that include universal laws? Because then I will be taking advantage of that shit. Dramatic opera music starts playing. The reality is, may our future on this world be that by divine law worldwide, without the confines or conscripts or limitations of others, but one and each able to enact that divine law as they see it, knowing that what they're doing is not creating bad or harm, but it is proper as it should be. It is balance. Where there is life, there is death. If death is ignored, then the states of death, the problems, the decaying from physical health to spiritual health kick in. I mean, all the emotional and all of it. So, in every single realm of aspect, to honor life and to honor death and to honor another person of how they would like to live their life is the most important thing. I mean, if nobody wanted to do the idea that the vision that just popped into my head, that's I don't give a hoot. That I just mentioned what popped into my head. I shared, and that's what makes you family. Is because we can talk about these things, we can share ideas, and some things our hearts are just naturally pulled to, and nobody's like jumping on and like saying this is what we're going to do or whatever, but our hearts are creating something in the world, some type of spell with nature, some type of connection with divine to organize our future as we'd like it to show up on time. The world's still got some levels to work through first, is what I would say is my response, Evie. All right, man. Boom. Now, whether the reference goes back to it or not, I'm just saying we got to get rock steady now. Where I'm looking for rock steady. If I see rock steady, boom. For those who get it, you're gonna get it. For those who don't, you don't. um, Dustin. Dustin 939. I was trying to correctly pronounce the second portion, but I Chastain, Dustin Chastain. Are you still here? Cool, thanks. And that's the reality is what was it where they put hold on. Too often the best intentions lead to disasters. That's why the heart, this is a great reality of why the heart is so fundamental on the shamanic start. The heart is so important upon the fundamentals of the shamanic start because if the heart is innocent, your only intentions are to be a kid, and a kid is exploring life. They're learning about life. It's pure. Now, as a kid at the heart and matured in this life, we know people in this world are in pain and we want to heal that pain somehow, some way, whatever the case. If we're making a product, if we're selling a service, if we're doing this, if we're whatever the case, all doing everything for free to help somebody. And so that desire to help others, that innocence of just love, kindness, get to know is a thing I never knew before, have fun at recess on the playground. There's no intentions to create anything bad. Because the intention, nature was doing something, and the intention said, no, nature, do it like I want to. And that's why if we start with the heart, we cultivate that good heart, then on the spiritual path, it doesn't matter what magic you do. The knife in the hand of a soldier is a deadly weapon. The knife in the hand of a cook is going to serve people food. It's all about what you do with it. And what you do with it, your heart creates the end result. Your heart is the start and it's the finish. I am the beginning and the end. Yes, you are. Your heart started it and your heart finished it. Your body followed it and your words were misaligned with it because your mind was somewhere else. That's where true chaos actually comes from, is the mixture of those channels. The mind wants something, the heart says something different, the body is conflicted in between, so it does something good, it does something bad. Things don't work out in balance. But when we bring the awareness of both of these aspects to the self, then we can understand the injustice. Who's going to take care of the injustice? It doesn't have anything to do with the other motherfucker. It means you know what? I felt unjustified. I need to go buy myself a pound of ice cream and soda and get me some Guinness and a pack of cigarettes. I'm gonna get me an ounce of weed, man. And when I'm done with that, justice is served. I'm fucking happy. I can move on. I took care of me. Whatever the fuck I wanted. I don't care. Good for me, bad for me. That's what I wanted. Now I feel good. I don't give a fuck about the other person. I'm good. I got my sauce. Psst, forget it. I got my honey. Wow. I wouldn't do that. I poured it. I'm more proper. Don't pour from the bottle. Come on now. Anyways, you get what I'm. You get me. The injustice creates an imbalance. The injustice from the action of the other created where they got a whole bunch of something and I got a whole lack of everything. I'm unbalanced. Being imbalanced, those scales of justice must balance. Now, I can't control the other person. Look, to each their own, all right? I'm not a violent person. I'm gonna come take my piece. As a shaman, as a person from who I've been from the beginning of my life, I'm a happy person. People want to fight, they want to argue, they want to talk about blah, 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 complain, complain, complain. I'm a happy person. That ain't me. I ain't gonna hang around with it. If I fight with it, I'm entangling it with it. I don't want to entangle with it, man. I'm gonna rip your balls off. I'm gonna fucking bite your throat. I don't give a shit. I'm ending it. I don't want to fight. See, I don't have many teeth. They're gonna go real motherfucking deep. Okay? Just, I'm gonna leave one of these bitches inside too. Like, motherfucker, I'm gonna create a goddamn. I'll speak some words of fucking power as you got your blood is fucking draining in my goddamn throat. I don't want to fight. Get away from me. Other people, they fight because they need an engagement. They need to feel the zest, the zen. They need to feel the pack, the pow. I gotta push my energy against somebody else and ruin their life. What the fuck? Why don't you just make a boxing match and earn some money from it and feel balanced afterwards? You both get a little shot no matter who wins. You know, everybody gets a little on the TV. Okay. God damn thing. Do something organized. you know? Anyways, um, and so for me, what I found a lot on that side of injustice came to me feeling that balance. And I don't need a lot. I enjoy my cup. I enjoy my coffee. Shoot, sometimes I go down to just drinking hot water. And it makes me so happy when I got a cup of coffee. I feel balanced with a cup of coffee. I'd be sweating, have a cup of coffee, a hot cup of coffee. No, I don't want it iced. I don't want it sweet. I want it black. I want it bitter. And I like my coffee hot. Thank you. That's my comfort. And to each their own. To each their own on what they like and what they've learned, how to apply as I feel balanced. Sometimes I need a little bit more, sometimes less is okay. But if we ignore the balance, then we can't move forward. And if we put the blame, okay, if you want to play the blame game and put it on the person who was justifiably in the fucking wrong from the start to the end, their heart started it and goddamn it ended it, but I walked the fuck away from it anyways.
That balance truly, it rests on my shoulders to take care of myself. I'm not responsible for other people's actions. I'm not responsible for what they formulate ultimately in their mind. These things are out of my control. I could say a series of words to 100 or 1,000 people, and every single person is going to come away with something a little bit different. There's going to be there's going to be some groups that clump together. Oh, yeah, we got that message. Yeah, we got that message. Yeah, we got that message. But each one is going to pull out different details that impacted their psyche differently, that they held a value differently for each one going to any learning from any environment, movie, TV, teacher, friend, mother, anything like that. You're going to grab a different perspective from what they're saying. Can't be responsible. You cannot be responsible for what somebody else thinks. Did you write a book explaining your life? No? Well, then, mother. You want to understand me? Here's 129 base rules, words, experiences, emotional realities of how I figure out how to deal with a motherfucking situation. And one of those words out of 129 says, I could apply every word in this book or none of them and do something completely different. I don't give a fuck. Get the fuck out of the situation and do something different. Ain't nothing else worked. Try something different. Spin in a circle. Goddamn, stand on your head. Click your heels 3 times and say, I want to go home, motherfucker, something. Anyways, if you do want a free copy of that or whatever, um, I'll put my information in the chat log here. And I'll send you a free PDF copy. If you do want to buy a copy, it's available on Amazon.com. But like I said, I'll send you a free PDF copy. Just shoot me an email if you'd like a copy. But essentially, that's even into today with all the more that I've learned in my life as I was exiting the confines of Christianity, still holding values. But as I was walking out of that world and into the spiritual world, into that connection way back in 2012 and 13 and on, I wrote that book that if anybody really wanted to understand me, that reading that book is the best way. It's a codex of my heart, of my mind, and how I formulate what I do. It's the best way to really kind of get a grasp on me. But even then, I'm kind of still going to leave a scratch in your head with the fuck did you come up with next? Because that language is something that is opening up possibilities, quantum possibilities of magic that you create every single day, that I was doing every single day and just didn't know it. And anyways, I was getting, unless even then, somebody's still they're not gonna understand you. And so just capping this one off, don't waste your time trying to explain yourself to people, but do engage a good, positive, solid friend, acquaintance, individual that you are know they got a good vibe, and raise that positive energy, because it's within each other we find that divinity. And if we don't see it within each other, we won't bring it out of each other. Latrovius, very, very welcome. Thank you. Whoa. Eyes.
I'm gonna say eyes and exploits. That's really cool. Mentioned live in Tennessee next to the gardens, a legendary place where it's cut off from society and no money. It's a big age village in USA that's self-sufficient. That sounds cool. I've never been to a rainbow gathering. I've never been to a Burning Man. I've never been to. I've never been to none of those. I've lived within a Renaissance community for like 6 years or so. Yeah, about 6 years or so. 8 years, 8 years, something like that. And but I haven't been to any of those big events. I am me. I am who I am, and I don't need an event to dress up. San Francisco, very cool. William Robertson. Thanks, Peter Kropkin. Enjoy your life, brother. Who the fuck am I to judge? You're awesome. You're awesome. But yeah, thank you, Eyes, on the comment you put in. But really, that injustice, it is our responsibility to take care of ourselves. That's what we can do. That we know what makes us happiest. We truly are at the helm of what we would like to do, and choosing where we spend our energy and where we put our time. And for a lot of individuals, you're a healer. Your actions ultimately combine up to healing people on a multitudinous platform of realities in any way that you can. So realize that you are a great healer for yourself, and when you learn how to take care of yourself, you're going to start noticing when other people aren't taking care of themselves. And when you notice they're missing some certain qualities about taking care of themselves, you're going to understand why they upset and doing the things they do. And then you can slide that little good thing, that little good deed, because you know that's what will make you happy, but you know that's what they prefer on that version of things. So you give them what they would like in that situation, and they're like, boom, and transformation occurs. Transformation, not chaos, not destruction, not a flaming crash, but transformation into something better, something with options. The worst times in my life, I've been metaphorically backed into a corner and I had no way out. I couldn't escape. I had to accept the results for what they were. I could do nothing. But when I started learning that I had options in life, that I didn't have to stick around because of somebody else's bad decision, I could freely leave and do because I am capable. You are capable to do much more than what people have limited your environment with. You can reach more, you can attain more. If you reach for your liberty, you can grasp it. But if you do not, well, then you have not begun to truly live. You're still on intake. And that's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing to be on intake. Intake or receiving all the information, getting all the kind of pieces of the puzzle of the pie in this world that we never put together before. And that fascination keeps us in a childlike mindset. And in that childlike mindset, that's how we learn, that's how we grow, that's how we adapt. When we shift to a grown up mentality, we've been one who've been struck by that, like Medusa, and you turn to stone. Not that you die, not that you're actually stone, but your mind, your pineal gland, is frozen from activity. Your pineal gland vibrating, it's going to create connection with all them chakras. If it's not, you just stuck in 3D human verse. Your mind is not perceiving anything more, anything else. That's where you are. Grasp your liberty. 58 and 1. The shell in front of my eye would drive me nuts. I can't even handle my bangs. It's an interesting placement where it wound up being, because literally it goes right over the eyelid, like it doesn't actually hit the eye, it's just makes contact with the eyelid. And having like all these things, it reminds me how many spirits are connected to me. It reminds me how much I'm picking up. Each item has a meaning and memory and all that good stuff. Though it's always a reminder of how much is connected, of how much we are connected with. People will change their behaviors when they're in front of a camera because being observed is something different. So their behavior changes. But on my journey with the things I've become accustomed to wearing, and it wasn't like a complete shift. It's not like I took my business suit off and put this complete set on, man. Like in the beginning, I didn't have a single bracelet on. I didn't mess with none of that stuff. I didn't want no jewelry. I didn't want no stones. I was stuck in Christianity. No, 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 don't do all that stuff. But as experiences came my way and I saw the familiarity and how the Spirit was actually operating, and I said, God, here I am, send me. So God, well, He sent me and He had to train me about a few things. And in order to balance some of them energies, you need certain stones, you need certain metals, you need these energies vibrating at certain points uh, where there is a pulse. Uh, yeah, you got some sight. Gotcha, I see. One moment. I got you. Cool. Um, change. Michael Parlay. Change. Change happens. Change flows. And I lived something for a while, and then I shifted. When I've had enough of it, it's time to shift. It's time to try something else, do something different. And fluidity, change, adaptability. I can't. I'll always. I will continuously mention these things. But going back to the seashells over the eyes, I like seeing them. I like having them in my vision. I like being bothered by it because in my life, and I like all the sounds and I like all this stuff because ultimately, and to be completely honest with you, I have been way too alone in my life. And I don't mean physically, I mean being able to communicate freely. The Bible talks about people being able to communicate freely. Brothers, spirituality, being able to communicate freely. That means that I don't have to be in fear that you're going to have an adverse um, reaction or judgment. You're going to take in what I say and we're going to chat. We're not getting at each other's throats. We're not upset at each other. That's not what's happened. There's no worry of that kind of thing occurring because that type of freeness of speech will allow the spirit, the divinity, to operate. Where there are two or three, the word more is not in there. Go look it up. There is no word more. It says where there is two or three, keep it fucking small. No big groups. You're not following me. I'm not following you. We got no goddamn banner. There's no fucking building. Two or three motherfuckers. I'm putting that myself in the motherfucker list there. Two or three, there I am in their midst. Because when two or three can freely speak amongst each other, the divine spirit between three of them, triangulating that energy from three different types of perspectives, such as youth, middle aged, and elder in the same room. Holy crikey, we could see all types of angles in this world together. And the divine communication coming out, we're going to hear that sound. We're going to hear that reality. We're going to hear those truths. That's when the aha moments pop up. I got a Latravius, Latravius. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Spell it, sound it out for me. I'll pronounce it correctly. But Latrevius said, every letter you type is your program. Yes. Yes, we create our reality and we are using other people as a mannequin for our own selves. This is why we project ourselves onto each others. Look, I do it myself. I project myself onto others. I think the best of others. I don't think they're up to no good. Naturally, I don't think they're up to no good. I don't think they're scamming or doing anything bad. I want to help them be everything they can be, and I want to be everything I can be. And together, we're going to create some creativity that just ain't nobody ever seen before. And we're going to have fun, whether it goes somewhere or not. So we're gonna have a cool moment at the playground, at recess, at the park. We're gonna chill and have a good time. That's what life's about for me, anyways. Um, but so true, so true. Every great comment. Amongst the others, great comment. Really like that one. Bebop. Bebop did make the comment. He said, I would love to meet you all in person for real. Good community is needed. I've been thinking about this actually. I don't exactly have money and I don't exactly have a property or anything like that. But like at least like it would be cool if all the moderators, like we could invite all the moderators and we make people new moderators all the time. But it'd be cool if we could send out a invitation or something of that sort, or have a place and a time, and like maybe a couple, like something for a week, so maybe people can't show up at one time or all at one time, but we have a week of like broadcasts were all in the same room together. That would be some shit. That would be cool and dope. May it be so. So be it. That would be cool. That would be cool. We would definitely need separate tables or areas or sense portions so that we could have like a 2 to 3 rotation thing. So it's like not like it's not speed dating. Speed dating. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna say it. I'm being silly. Speed meditating. Anyways, I'm being silly here. Well, that's something we could do anything. It's the world's our playground. It's our playground. See, people who have intentions to control shit, they can't play with magic because their heart's going to create something bad. Kids with pure intentions, like mom and dad, are like, oh, wow, that's cool. Oh, wow, that's cool. Because that's all we're doing together is creating cool stuff. So we get to play because it's creating Eden. It's creating the soil for heaven to be able to truly sink the roots of the tree of life, the global tree of life. I've spoken and mentioned and explained in depth, as well many others on their own accords and studies otherwise, that the body is the tree of life. Your body is the tree that gives life. If you're male, you give life. If you're female, you give life. Come on, right? Life. The tree, the chakras, the column, the spinal cord, the tree of life. Not just knowledge, not just empty facts, but the ability to use this information to guide our life to make a choice better than we've ever made before. Each personally, not to put on each other. And I've also spoken how together we all embody the collective consciousness. Obviously, collective consciousness. You have a collective, a grouping coming into a singularity. You have many coming into one, and we are each the body. Where is the card? Is it here? Oh man, I had it pulled out earlier. Yeah, it's the one with 1,000 arms. And it's like we got 1,000 arms. We're not controlling each other. We're not telling you how you're gonna do what I tell you to do. But we are that body, and we are creating that community. We are moving as one, and we are creating that tree of life within and of that body. We are creating the body. We talk. Oh God, we have been creating. Oh, that's what we're creating. That's what it's forming. Oh, this whole time we have been. I'm not just saying this channel, us worldwide. This has been happening for many years. The collective consciousness of our world has formed the mind of God. That unified one of the many has actually formed. This is just one example of that coming out of it, of that form of that consciousness being. There's many forms out there, anyways, and what we've been generating specifically is building, creating, giving birth to the tree of life, the body to the collective consciousness, the collective body, in which we become those arms independently, freely, not controlled by any one, but know that we're united first in heart, and that is what's communicating to our minds, creating the synchronicities with what we're discovering, talking about, learning, and living through, and not just surviving anymore, but thriving through it. I spent many years surviving, and I got dog shit tired of surviving. I decided to thrive. That's what I'm aiming for. I don't want to just survive, I want to thrive. When I thrive, everybody coming up with me. When I thrive, it's not for just me or myself, it's the amount of good I can do for the world. To each organization doing good, good. I ain't saying nothing bad about nobody here. Just my own observations, just my own self. There's one organization, and I helped them raise money. They had a bunch of people raising money. And I know and knew firsthand the process of beginning to end of how this group would help individuals. And at least at that particular time, if my desire for this entire world is that we may find some sustainable system of providing homes, a way of sustainable living, of a community garden, some type of regular food, and good clean water for every single person in this world. That's that's the world I want to support and affect. That's what I would like to create, a massive, massive wave of positive change with my efforts. And there are so many people in the world, and they are doing these things. They're doing what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is not just me dreaming. There's people already doing these things. Our world is changing amongst us so rapidly, we don't even see the totality of everything coming together. But with open hearts, imaginations full of love and goodness, support and healing, and focused on that as a stable heartbeat, a stable pulse. I've mentioned creating a pulse of your activity, a regularity of activity, which creates a pulse of your own vibration, your living one vibrational energy, your love of who your vibrational essence is, creating that pulse that is the heartbeat. That is the heartbeat, the rhythm of your resonance, of which impacts the world around us. And some of us may not be able to be there in person, but I have seen things I've wished for, desired for, and personally striven for, and I see somebody else accomplishing the deed and doing it, and immediately I'm happy that it's occurring in this world. I'm right away happy. I don't care if my name was on it or with it, or I would give a shoot less, man. I know what it's like to be wandering the street at night with nowhere to go lay your head, holding your mother's hand and your brother holding her other hand. I know what that's like. I know what it's like to need to keep walking, because as long as I keep walking, nobody's going to bother me. But if I take a seat somewhere, somebody's going to bother me, and I had nowhere to be anyway, so I just kept walking. I know what that's like too. I know what it's like to carry the water that you need for the day on you, and to look forward to both having less weight to carry for having drinking that water, but also hoping you got enough water to last you out for what you need and what you've done throughout the day, even amidst the lack of food. Too many of us have lived that life. May we be done with that strife. And for as much as I can, I'm going to keep encouraging what I want the world to be. And I think there's, as I've found, there's a lot of other people that feel a lot and like me. That think like I think, feel like I feel, and would like to see those changes too. And I've read some interesting events of the past where people came together and they put their goodwill and they did their, I like to call it a jam rather than a ceremony or a ritual, but they did their jam and they had an effect. So people would argue modern day on whether what they did actually had a real effect, but I am one to believe. I am one to believe all things. Why do I want to believe all things? Because if I disbelieve something, I can easily lose a piece of the puzzle. And we all know how crappy it is to be working on a puzzle and then you don't have pieces. That sucks. Give me a moment. Boom, boom. Take care, Super Snitchel 25. Thank you as well. Very welcome. MC Reason 03 said, seems nice, but I'm trying to figure out what your actual point is here. Hello, my friend fellow. Welcome to the age. We're living in the age of Aquarius, and your mind may be a little curious. So please feel free to go delirious as we follow this harmonizing chorus, tantalizing that inner force. You can be anything you want to be, and you can dream anything you dare to imagine. Your heart is the key, opening the mind to see, allowing the unity of both thought and deed. Along those lines. And the title of the piece is As It Is. Mick Reason. I think, yeah, Mick Reason. Yeah. Cool. Definitely welcome. Wow. Okay. This is in response to somebody, but I'm focused on the comment because it's brilliant. It's brilliant. I love it. Mark Vincent 2206. It's easier to manipulate human than it is to manipulate a roach. Yeah, I'll tell you why. I could, I don't, I don't know why, but in my world, I'm just gonna let it flow. A roach has community, bro. A roach has family. A roach is fucking. That's why you find them all fucking swarmed up together and shit, and whatever the case, fucking huge ass fucking families, man. They give a shit, man. Humans are independent. Humans are scattered. Humans are massively divided. They don't have anything to belong to. So, if you don't have a family, if you don't have a community, if you don't have a network of some sort to rely upon, I mean, you're really kind of effed, man. You don't have independence. You really aren't, and truly, you are. Humans are very. Your comment is completely accurate. I don't. Your comment is accurate. Okay, so here, I'll share this with you. Boom. Let me drop a bomb for you. I share everything, whatever. You my fam, I'll share it with you. Whether you realize it or not, I don't care. Okay, now, the human mind, let me adjust this first. The human mind is massively programmable in everything we do, in every aspect of this world. We are being programmed daily. Everything. Every fucking thing is shaping you so that you will do your role, so that society as it goes is going to continue on its course where they want it to go. This is nothing new. This is no surprise. I realized this before I got into tarot, before I got into this shit, before I got into Egyptian, before I any of that, when I was still a Jehovah's Witness, bro, when I was still stuck in religion, isolated in that mentality, I had this idea. Everything they do reprograms a person and they're aces with it. When you realize the truth, you could do anything with it too. You could do the same thing too. The very abilities that they're using and utilizing, you can do it too. These were my thoughts for myself. As much of an influence as they're having, I could have that influence too. They're not superior. They're pulling from a bag of fucking tricks. I don't got a top hat. I don't got any more. You stupid. And they just pulling shit out of the fucking hat. You know, just shh, shh, and you never know. You can't see what's inside of it. Shh, always looks different. But they just putting a different coloring on it and pulling it out. It ain't nothing different. It's just one thing that can keep changing. I know the trick. It ain't nothing's fucking genius. You don't need to be a fucking genius to work the trick they figured out. However, everybody's stuck in it. They're affected by it. So I'm like, okay, when I learn how to do what they're doing at the fucking microcosm, then that's going to become the macrocosm we're all living around. So, here's what I chose. Here's what I said. Here's what I did. I said they've been programming people for a slave-like follower mentality. I'll fucking reprogram them to be a liberation, sovereign creator being. Because that's who they really are. So it's using the same, it's the difference between the fucking knife and the warrior's fucking like sheath versus the knife in the cook's sheath. The cook is going to cook something. The warrior's going to kill it. Man, different people, different hearts, different intentions, different purposes, different everything. And that's your ability that you have. That's why your uniqueness is so important, because when you connect with yourself, you're connecting with divine consciousness. That's your own intuition resonating. They're sending this in, you're receiving this, you're living this, being this. It's natural for you. And those colors, those things, that style, who you are, fucking came out. And you could call it however you want, but that's a God embodied on the earth, and they're having the effect they want. They just need to fucking walk in the room. Thank you very much. I don't give a fuck if you bow, or I don't, just don't even acknowledge me. It's just, I'm just in my own world, bro. Just do your thing. I just want to walk in your room. That's it. Just let me walk through. Boom. That's all I needed to do. Magic done. Life changed for the better. Liberation. We all can reprogram our own minds, depending on the language that we choose to use. As in Travis mentioned earlier, the letters you're typing is your programming. The words we're speaking is what we're creating. And it's more so the definition of that word within your heart, more so than the word itself. One could say, fuck you, and they're thinking, man, they're really mad. And another person, they could have heard the same fuck you, and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna go have a good time tonight. Just depends who hears the comment. Face GT7. Number one milk drinker. Man, 10 minutes. I I jump in my clothes quite quick. It don't take me long at all. Oh, 10 minutes, 5, 10 minutes. I'm getting faster at it. I gotta talk about that. I gotta hit this one. This is positive. Um, Ruki348 said, etc. You remind me of my old schizophrenic coworker I'd have fun talking with. Normally, I wouldn't respond to this comment, but your wording, totally, totally correct. I'm connecting with that. Okay, so you would have enjoyed talking with this individual because you have a very, on a quantum level, here's where I'm going with this. Um, on a quantum level, the one who is within Alice, that's in the rabbit hole, Alice that went down in the rabbit hole, she got first hands. You could see it up close. I could see all the detail, all the little marks and everything. You got this vision. You could see more of the picture, but I could see anything up close real good. But I can't see everything else. I can't see the big wide picture. The other particle, that quantum part, those two quantum particles, they're like always connected. So one can see up close, the other one is the outside observer. So if they try to look up close, the outside observer, their vision gets distracted. They can't perceive that. It just, as much as they'd like to, but their outside perspective view is paramount as much as the one looking up close. The microscope and the telescope combined. Oh, fuck. Okay, so you would be the individual who is on the outside, and you connect with the other individual who is on the inside. One is inside the event horizon, and you are outside of it. And you're able to literally, your soul, your heart is happy to hear this information because you're actually making connections. You're whether you consciously are aware of this happening or not. That's kind of thing going on, and I people. This is the importance of developing a heart before going on a spiritual journey. And some people dabble in magic where they should have never been messing with it. And like, okay, because they bad heart, bad intentions at that moment. So they can wind up completely like separated, and they can have a difficult time in life. But one who knows their heart, one who has a foundation, they can distinguish these other connections. They know that things are connected. They know that that astral realm happens. There's some stuff going on and all that good stuff. And that's why I keep following my heart of goodness, doing what I know intuitively I should be doing and what I should not be doing. And that creates, anyways, I'll leave it right there. Jamie, yes, I do. Sometimes I'll wear the headpiece, depending on the day, depending on how I'm feeling, all that kind of stuff. And usually I don't take the headpiece with me. But sometimes I do. Sometimes I sleep with it on. Bebop. Um, uh, Evie, you said Cetra Heyoka. Yo, yeah, yeah. Bebop. How and I never heard of that till after I am who I am, like in any regard. Um, Give me a moment. I'm going to shift direction and share something. Okay, you see my room for what it is. I've done some room tours for those who've seen this on that end. Others have not. In any regard, you can see how diversified it is, okay? Right. Now, when I hit sounds, when I do meditations on this thing, on this regard of this sort, all right, a big reality within the magical creation of manifestation that the body can generate when the chakras are active, all this stuff is kicking like one is learned and knows how to do. Visualizing things are very important, okay? Visualization will create your future massive impact because you're adding in an element. If it's a word, then the word is describing it. So you're having to use words about it. But when I look at gods of authority, when I look at divine presence of authority who judge, not just judge, man, they weigh things. How it weighs, well, that I gotta balance it. Here you go. That's where that goes. That's where this goes. Fuck, you were your own result. You were your own judge. Not me. Ra shines the light. Another one keeps things in darkness. Each their own. Who gets stuck there? There's a divine reality that's going to create a balance with that energy. That divine reality exists within me. It exists within you. If we concentrate and we bring out this ability within the system, I'm telling you, man, they can create all the devices they can, but you are the most advanced thing in this world. Not you having some motherfucking electronic device put in you, but you, with your chakras, attain to fucking God state. Not no chip, not no false crap, not saying you lording it over anybody. Proper view of you being the master of what you are, God being able to help, and being able to become anything they need to become to help and save the situation, whatever method they may be able to. Anyways, getting back to creation and magic and imagination. I grew up, I was born 1984, and the generation before me, they read books. And when they read books, they didn't have TV, they didn't have cartoons like we had it growing up in the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, okay? I'm just my own experience, I'm just sharing my own, okay? And so they had powerful imaginations. When I read something, bro, my brain is reading words. I'm not picturing nothing. If I'm picturing something, I got pink clouds and a pink rainbow in my brain. I'm not thinking about anything. My brain's blank. I got something else going on. I'm not one to populate things in my imagination just natural. So I've created an environment around me, and if I'm dealing with something in life or I'm helping another overcome their strife, I'm looking at these divine authorities. I'm looking at their abilities, their crowns, what they mean, the authority, the weapons, the items of healing, of all of these aspects surrounding me, the stones. I'm I, I don't need to imagine. I hit the gong, and my brain looks here. My mind looks here. Then my mind looks here, then my mind looks here. I'm keeping it on these points here. I'm looking at specific points, not because I'm thinking about combining anything, but I'm just in the moment flowing. And I'm just like boom, 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 boom. And the moment's over. And I just realized, holy shit, that divine authority, that fucking position, that fucking divine law and order, dot, 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 dot. That was just applied to whatever was going on with somebody in their life. Things are gonna work out pretty darn smooth. It got the correct divine attention on it, and that's why and how a lot of times people have experiences. One person has mentioned, amongst others, at other times, and you'll notice things start going better in your life. You started watching, you got a reading, something I said really moved you, you were inspired by something, whatever the case, and things are just going better all of a sudden because we literally made a quantum connection, and we, through that quantum connection, Mug, as much as it's cool with you, I'm gonna secure that connection. I'm gonna make sure we good, and I'm gonna do everything I can to help you out and send you all the positive energy. And if you ever wind up just like needing something, like I don't mean like kind of twitching out. I mean like if you getting hit by something, or something messing you up, then I'm gonna kind of feel that, and I'm not gonna know who or where or whatever, but I'm going to send the positive energy. I'm going to hit the gong in the moment or do whatever in any given as I'm guided to, and that is going to send that energy in that direction. And for those who like don't want the connection or whatever, well then it just simply don't exist. I don't nurture it. If you don't nurture something, it just doesn't grow. If you nurture something, it grows. And that's the thing about in life. That's that pulse. That's that regularity. Whether it be meditation or working out or dancing or some activity or whatever the case, that pulse of your life is that's your new heartbeat. And as in life, you start running, that heartbeat's going to change up a little bit. Get used to that. It takes little jogs first, warm up. If you wind up sprinting all of a sudden, whoa, hold on. I could keep sprinting, but let me see what I did for a moment. Let me recover for a moment. And then progressing forward is going to have so much more advantage for you, because the people who truly weren't interested in you and were just seeking an advantage, they moved on to somebody else. And the people who truly valued you, they're gonna be like, bro, you good? Yeah. Did I get you? Yeah, good. Okay. Just let's keep jamming like we were. That's how you're gonna know you're a friend. That's how you know they were like somebody who was taking what you were saying in. That was somebody who valued your presence. These are the facts of proving love that is true. Facts of proving love that is true. Sometimes a motherfucker gotta look like a real dark motherfucker and say some ugly things so that they fit in, or else they gonna be fucked. And those things were about you. It's not how they felt. Events between people where you see somebody's heart for what it is and their actions stand up in it, because you see this is a quality of their character that they have manifested, a virtue of who they are at their foundational level of being. Good or bad, friend or foe, this the motherfucker I wanna know. By the way, it took me years. It took me years because I spent 30 plus years of my life trying not to laugh like my dad, which meant I never found my natural laugh. And when I laugh naturally, I snort. I get that
that kicks in. So I'm gonna read it for what it was, and then I'm gonna I'm gonna tell you what my mind saw and why I laughed. Somebody said, "Is that white Gandhi?" And I read, "Is that white Condi?" And my brain immediately saw half baked in that part where I can go in and he's like, "I'm Jamaican, man." I haven't watched that movie in a while. And thank you, Darkness Signet, Dark Darkness, Darkness Ignited. Thank you, Darkness Ignited 4024. Hindus dress like this every day. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank motherfucking you. Darkness Ignited, thank motherfucking you. Like, Western world, get ready because you're gonna experience the eastern part of the world. You're gonna experience Egypt. You're gonna experience it. There's a wave of me coming out. It's not me. I'm just the first. I'm just the first poking his head above water and being like, ha ha. Gotcha, bro. I gotcha. We're gonna move together. We're gonna flow. You thought you had to pay to go to a show? Get ready for what you never thought you could know. Woo, let's go. Emo Hotel, very awesome, awesome. Glad you loved that reading yesterday. Ooh, oh, I gotta do this, man. That was, well, that's done. Brianne Kelly. I left yesterday before you saw my request for a reading. Hopefully you see it today. I'll pull a card for you. Rather than delaying or whatever the case, if you are here, Brianne Kelly, UAV, type something in the chat log, and I'll pull a card for you right now. I'll give that a couple moments. Again, as usual, thank you. Thank you to all the moderators, all the individuals contributing to a positive chat log here. I'll mention it again, Brianne Kelly. If you're here, let me know. You are. Okay, boom. I'm focusing on you right now. I'm doing this reading. I know yesterday was yesterday. I wanna knock this. I would like to do this for you. So, moment. Give me a moment. I'm just speaking as I'm shuffling cards. Brianne, Brianne Kelly, and I'm picking up deceased loved one, trying to communicate with you. Doesn't come through words.
events and synchronicities. No one else will confirm these things. You'll see it in nature. You know at first, your heart knows it, but the moment your mind thinks a single word, it's formulating a different reality. This pops out moot. And the goddess Mut is the matriarch of the gods and wife of the supreme deity Amun-Ra. Her name literally means mother, as the Dowager mother of the gods, the ultimate stately and dignified maternal deity. Mut has the power to offer the traveler divine protection on their journey, if they are wise enough to fervently beseech her in their hymns of prayer. The meaning is femininity, motherhood, beauty, creativity, nurturing, abundance, above all, nature. Spiritual blessings, purity, spiritual signs, compassion, empathy, and wisdom. 41 popped up. Caritaimo. You still with me? Let me know. Let me know here. I'm gonna put in a mantra in the chat log. Let me know you're still with me here, Brianne Kelly. Because I'd like you to be able to get a pen and paper and write this down. This is going to help you out in your journey of life. Okay, cool. All right, this one is Caritaimo, and go ahead and take a look at this, take a picture or whatnot. I know it might not be completely in focus, but you can see the caring of there's many children here, and this particular Caritaimo is nurturing after all these children. I mean, it's beautiful. I'm going to type in the mantra afterwards, so you can write that afterwards. Om Duramale Harite Svaha. Om Duramale Harite Svaha. Om Duramale Harite Svaha. The former, listen to this, Caritaimo, former demon turned goddess. You know who you are. Former demon turned goddess who protects mothers and children. Everyone has their own unique personality. Be like a gentle mother. People will flock to you. And if you want it, it will find you. All of us live with very different goals and aspirations. Recognize the individuality of others and remember to work in harmony with those around you. Do not forget that you are only here because of those who support you and others who are supported by you. Instead of focusing on putting yourself first, learn to compromise. Recognize the things that make others unique and find common ground. By doing so, you widen the circle of understanding, deepening your connections with others, and allowing your community to run smoothly. Caritaimo had many children, and she used to consume the children of humans for sustenance. When the humans turned to Shakyamuni Buddha for help, he used his divine powers to hide Caritaimo's youngest child. When the grief-stricken Caritaimo came to Shakyamuni Buddha and asked for his help to find her child, he said, "Humans cannot bear as many children as you. How do you think they feel when you take their precious children away?" Thus Karitaimo came to know the deep sadness of mothers who lose their children, and she turned to the Buddhist way, becoming a deity who protects all children. The blessings are conception, marital harmony, and good relationships. So I'm gonna put the mantra in the chat log here first. Give you a moment to copy this down, screenshot it, write it down, whatever. Boom. So go ahead and let me know when you're good, and I'll proceed forward. And I got some comments definitely to toss in here. Yes. Yes. Practically the same reality. Okay. Um, in the Buddhist understanding, they have their individual. They have Karitaimo, who fulfills this embodiment. The Egyptians, yes, very much like Tararet, and the Hindus, they have their own version. Everybody's kind of got that type of version actually. Um, in There's this one also on a side note on that topic. Um, it's Kartikeya. 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 He is one of the sons of the Divine Mother, and the other one's Ganesh. Ganesh Smash, and I mean, like, not just Smash, he can destroy everything. That's what he's good at. But Kartikeya. Gosh, I haven't pronounced it in a while. But he was a strategist, and there was this one particular battle he was formulating and wound up defeating these two massively powerful demons. And these two demons, in their defeat, they were like, "Bro, if you fucking know a thing or two, like, can we fight for you?" And he was like, he made those two demons his two main primary generals, like, to dispense, to take care of shit. Yo, I could be innocent and loving and a child every single day because I know some motherfuckers in spaces that nobody can touch. Yeah, I got some scary friends, but they know I got a kind heart, so I'm never asking them to do anything. I never try to be like, protect me. I'm just a happy little doo, 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 doo. And then, like, if somebody tries to hurt me, then they're like, wow. But I would heavily add. I write down that mantra, and for anybody out there connecting with this energy, write down that mantra. Make that a part of something that you don't just read, but something you actually memorize. You choosingly, willingly memorize, and understanding that by introducing a new language into your life, such as through mantras or any other way, is a form of reprogramming, restructuring your mind to see things as they are and interact with life as you know it is. Not that you have to go outside the bounds and be totally freaking out there, but definitely set an anchor and tether off as far as you can.
But I'm gonna say that fully completes the reading there. And if you have any questions or anything, uh, go ahead and let me know, uh, and I'll be happy to answer, Brienne. You obviously asked the one, but yeah, um, absolutely. Um, Jim 3506, pretty decent. Thank you. Doing good. Yep, Michael Wardwell. Yeah, absolutely, Michael. The word Svaha in your mantra, in the mantra, is referring to doing works of good deeds. It's like your doctor helping somebody who is blind, being able to see. There's an organization called Svaha that does that, or Savha. I might be reading that. You might have intended that spelling. Uh, Animal Drive. Let's see. I didn't see a question after that mentioned, or maybe that was before. Let me scroll up a little bit. We'll see. Joy, I'm not going to try to pronounce the rest. Joy Tick 7161 said, how much can I use the mantra? Like, how often can I use the mantra? You could use it whenever you'd like to, whenever you feel like meditating. Essentially, what the mantra is going to assist you in doing is, of course, it's going to align you with the kind of energy, like I mentioned. It's going to bring those kinds of energies into harmony. There's much more meaning to each of those words. Um, though essentially, you're entering a state of meditation. When we watch a movie, when we read a book, we enter a certain trance state of the mind. This happens because of a particular breathing rhythm, because we are emotionally invested into watching something, being entertained by something. Our imagination is active or connecting with our life. There's things happening which causes that breathing to become a different type of pulse. And that different heartbeat, that different pulse, that different rhythm is going to put us into a different trance state of being, allowing us to choose different modes of consciousness to operate with. This gives you the true ability to adapt in any situation. And going over the mantra is also a different state of trance, a different rhythm of breathing, and essentially what you're training, what you're teaching yourself and training yourself to be able to do is, I can stop thinking about something whenever I want to. If there's thoughts coming in or populating and I want a quiet mind space, I can do it. I know how to affect it. And mantras, really starting with an ancient language, Sanskrit, or any of them around the world, any ancient language, truly is has the original sounds, the bijams, the seeds of the words of power, and these sounds actually activate latent dormant sequences within the body, which is the chakras opening up. The chakras are like lotuses, and when we, the lotus flower, for those who are unaware,
When the sun comes out, the lotus blooms. When the sun goes away, the that bloom closes back up. That's what happens every single day with the lotus flower. And so our chakras are very much referred to as the lotus flower of the lotus of life, the flower of life. Because when we activate the chakra through the fire, through the whole system of the Kundalini, Chi, Ra, whatever you want to call that life force, that activation of those energy centers is like Ra shining within the darkness, and that opens up our true pop, 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 all those energy centers, which is our different gears. Just like a vehicle, you could shift from gear 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever gear system you got, you can shift and work through that. It allows you to do what you do in life without impediment, without dis-ease, without disease, without problems, without all of that junk, because things are being formulated first on a quantum level. There's actual communication going out with and through the collective consciousness, and thus harmony can actually exist where balance is being nurtured. Um, no, Michael Wardwell. Let me spell it. The spelling was correct in the chat log that I left. It's Zvaha. Zvaha. Svaha. Zvaha. Swaha is one as well. Swaha is Swaha. I wind up reading in like the in different ones. It's interesting. Different mantras call for different ones because they, while they're so similar, they do got a little bit of a shift. Yes, thank you. I didn't read the second part. Swaha is what they usually say at the end of fire ceremonies. Correct. Yes, very much so. Very much so. There you go, Brianne Kelly. Okay, so GT7, GT7, you were the one mentioning about going sometime without sleeping. You need to learn how to sleep. You haven't been able to sleep. Then somewhat, yep, you said can't sleep for 4 weeks. Then Michael Wardwell said people knew that the vibrations in mantras would change the reality, that you could change the station of your TV of this world to a new show with more love by harnessing high vibrations. Awesome teamwork here. So, going back to GT7, you can't sleep for 4 weeks. I'll put my email there in the chat log. Please send me an email. If you sent me an email in the past, just send me another email. Send me an email and just mention the sleep thing. Um, these mantras are real and they affect our body. There's nothing more powerful than you resonating the energy yourself. Now, I'm going to explain why you have not been able to sleep. I'm going to tell you why. And if you want to, send me an email and I'll send you what you need to start changing that reality. You have some spiritual motherfucking wannabe titans trying to suppress you. So as long as they can keep you awake, you can't fucking put together one and two, and they can tie your shoes in a knot, make you fall down, and can control you like a clown. The way that you change this, the way that you cut them motherfucker strings off of the motherfucking posers, is you start going over invocations and mantras and you use the words of power, and it will, they can't fucking stand around that, because when you use them, it brings forth divine authority. It brings divine presence. And where divine presence come, anything that's ugly, tricking, and underhanded motherfucking, it's gonna get its own ass handed to them in a way that humans can't even motherfucking fathom. And those that seen it don't want to remember it. Send me that email. And that's the reason why you can't sleep. May your situation change tonight. May it change now. May the forces and awareness of the connection of who you are and what you're experiencing, may they act even before your voice utters a sound. So be it. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum. Kansu, 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 arsemitoki shabu banana shim throwina, arsemitoki shabu banana shim throwina, arsemitoki shabu banana shim throwina, abrita, abrita, abrita. It's a bunch of magic tricks, bro. Sis, I'm not kidding. Most of the time, you ain't fucking interacting with anything divine. You're interacting with a group of fucking old class magicians. They're old priests. They put on modern clothing. They hide who they are so that they can do what they do from the shadows in their own little fucking secret places. But when you got an all-seeing eye and you wind up getting two of them mugs, it ain't much you can't see in this world. And well, I guess that's how I came into being, or something or another. Sandcastle ain't gonna stand up to nothing. And thank you, MH2731. Correct email. Yes, thank you. Michael Parlay said, so that's why we don't wear shoestrings. Going back on talking about that, that was great. Oh no, it's okay, okay. Much I'm gonna say much love GT7. Cool. I saw your comment last. Cool. I'm with you, bro. That's right. That's right. I see. Just like our energies coming together, man. They create some miracles in this world that can get us. Man, we didn't know how far we could get together.
but I knew it'd be a lot further than what I could do myself. And that's why in my early part of my life, I really I really put my eggs into my mother's basket, like all my eggs of life. I put it all into my mother's basket. My mother, she could conquer so much. She could do so much, and I I recognized at an early age that I could do what I wanted, but I would only get so far. She could do what she wanted, which is what she's going to do anyways. And she's only going to get so far. And I was like, well, that's as far as we'll both ever get. Not that I'm seeing, but just proper kind of mechanics here. One for one, you're only going to get so far. So I was like, okay, I'll take my efforts and my dreams and everything and all my efforts, I'm just going to put into my mother's basket. I got no basket. All in my mother's basket. Because what she could do with it, we will get freaking to the goddamn heavens. Shoot. Me? I don't know what's going to happen. I'm probably going to screw up when I was younger. And that's why when she passed away, my life was in quite amount of just emotion. I mean, I could operate from day to day, but by no means could I work a regular 9 to 5 and do something for somebody else. My mind and my heart was too much somewhere else. It was, I got too much. But what I'm getting at here is teamwork. And as the saying goes, teamwork does make the dream work. The bigger the team, the more we can build. People look at the pyramids and they wonder how things were built or moved. They look at Stonehenge. They know the stones were moved from one original site that they were erected at to the site where they are currently. And there's other structures like that around. And people wonder, oh, how did they move this? How did they move this? And there has been some major progress if you've been keeping up with things wow, I saw something I've never seen before, but in Japan, they've got these two temples, and these two temples got like 4 pillars, and these 4 pillars are trees, and they change these trees out like every 6 years or 9 years or something. I forget. I can't even remember the name of the place, but I saw this thing on one of the heels, and when they literally cut a tree down, and it's miles away, and these dudes, man, they get on top of the tree. It's I think they said it's a multitude of tons. I want to say they said it was like 12 tons. So I don't know. It's freaking heavy. It's huge ass motherfucking tree. It's a big ass pillar for the temple. Anyways, multiple tons. And these dudes are like riding this thing down a hill, pushing this over miles of landscape, and still doing it today. They've been doing it like this since the past. And I'm like, are they doing it with trees? I'm pretty sure if they got stone over there, they figured out how to do it there. It's not that complicated. Just you work with something long enough, you're gonna find out something that works better. Put a little water on it. Do a little this. Do a little that. Every single kind of way. If we keep working at it, if we keep working at it, if we keep working at it, if we put all of our heads together and all our hearts together, we're gonna figure out a smoother way. There's gonna be somebody in the group that are gonna be like, "Ooh, do this. It'll be a great idea." And that's how we got a better car, right? Better car because somebody was like, "Ooh, do this, that'd be better, right?" And then the car got to the point where it is to where like you need an electronical magician to work on your car. And, like you have no clue. I don't know. If I did have a car, if I did drive, I'd want one that was like no electronics are hooked up to it. It's a car, it just drives. But they're making some newer, better stuff out there today. There's all types of energy that is being introduced and a whole new system being created in the minds and hearts of every single one of us. Something that's more feasible long term than what we've ever lived with in the past, of what we can really kind of remember.
Yeti Emperor 6953 said, "What kind of clothing is that? Traditional clothing, obviously, but from where?" Um, my stuff is, I receive gifts, certain places I'm aware of, and in one way or another, here's what usually winds up happening for me. The things I wind up getting, creating, or developing, or whatever the case, wearing, like a lot of my jewelry, the bracelets, the pieces, they were necklaces before, and I made them into bracelets. They were bracelets, I made them into necklaces, created new things, new elements, went with my own Egyptian style, created my own necklace, kind of like trying to doing the Egyptian thing as much as I personally can for my life, because that's what I connect with. That's what I personally love. I learn from all sources. Um, though I find the majority of things I wind up acquiring, other than gifts from the living, have been gifts from the deceased. And it has a spiritual connection, and so those connections have happened from all sorts, and from what I'm wearing to what I could be, what's in my closet or repertoire or whatever you want to call that of clothing, um, can kind of have that essence of that spirit, of that being, of that consciousness, wanting to have a, not wanting, but their aspect being uh, displayed, apparent, present, through that aspect, because that color would affect me, or that style, or whatever. Sometimes I do the feathers, sometimes I don't. Um, Things kind of change and morph and shift, and so it's just kind of always staying in that flow. Very good, very good. Lot India, Egypt. I got pieces from either directly from India, Egypt. Uh, like people, like personal things, not just bought, not things. But yeah, you can follow that. Bro, this dude, okay, this is a joke. the use the useful idiot. One point said, "There's a 70% chance this guy stole my catalytic converter." Well, it couldn't be me, because I don't even know where it belongs on the car. It could be in the front or the middle. I'll fucking know. I know it's part something. I heard people take that stuff, but nope, not me. I don't even know. I don't know. I don't got no tools, or I got a pair of pliers for doing jewelry stuff, but shit, I need a second pair of pliers to work the stuff appropriately. I just been kind of using a pick and stuff. Anthony McDonald, what's up? Bebop.
Materialism blinds the soul. On a shamanic journey, you will find that there's greater significance than considering things or jewelry. I know that's not what I was talking about, but it's where I chose to take it. And my biggest lesson to share with people is don't judge the book by the cover. That's what I was taught as a kid. Do not judge the book by the cover. It could look really great on the outside, but it's a shit ass read. It ain't got no rich material. It ain't got no good lessons. You never know what you're going to get on the inside. How you even come up with a good old Forrest Gump. Get the box of chocolates. I tell you that way. Do not judge the book by its cover. You never know. Could be divinity walking as that person. How would divinity get to recognize divinity except to be in a state of need? For when I have money, everybody wants to be my buddy. That's why I like the life I live. I know what my heart's happy with, and I know how to notice when my heart starts to be like, yo, I don't like this so much no more. And that's when I shift and change. Um, Evie asked if I'm going to do readings. I did one reading earlier I was called to do. Um, I don't do readings for myself, generally speaking. On a regular basis, I don't do readings for myself. And it's because my journey is active and I'm walking my journey and my journey flows to me. I don't need a card from the deck to tell me what my journey is. I've worked on every single one of these cards and every single one of these lessons and integrated it into my soul and my life so that my reaction is not a reaction. I am aware of a situation and I'm going to assist it to move on. Boom, boom. I ain't gonna get trapped in nothing. For somebody who needs for doing a reading for somebody day after day after day for the same person, that's not going to benefit you. Not in the long run. You want to do reading, you want a reading for yourself every single day, I suggest getting tarot cards and learning how to communicate yourself seriously. Because that is the fundamental of your connection. You don't need to go to me. You can be the shortcut yourself. And so here I seek to continually foster in my life period. I seek to continually foster people's advancement. Like just sharing personally, like there's this one person I knew, and they were like they came up to me and they were like, I want to learn, man. I want to come back. I want to come back regularly. I want you to work with me, blah blah blah. And I was like, all right. And as with him, as with
majority of other people. When I say that, I found one other, and when he kept going forward, he kept going forward, and that's little bro, that's Obs. Ani, that's my little bro right there. He's a dude that kept going forward where no other man would. Like, seriously, he kept, he, all right, I'll keep helping. Yeah, I'll keep not helping, but I'll keep sharing with you. And really, that's how this whole thing kind of really got kicked off. And and in that, he was what you were doing, little bro, what you're still doing in your own capacity was channeling a lot of other people's curiosity, what they like, not about me, but just about life. And you were able to really kind of express that. So rather than like engaging with like everybody, I was able to just really like focus there, and then that was able to flow. And then at a certain point, like even at that point, there's growth to make, and that growth is done in solitude. I've experienced it. There's a coming together, there's a going apart. There's a coming together, there's a going apart. This is a regular repeating pulse of life. This is what happens. This is what happens over and over and over and over and over. And what we try to do as humans is we try to freeze, and that winds up destroying the flow, and it just breaks through everything that we don't know. There's a flow to go. And so to me, to recognize somebody's personal growth and that needs to happen for them, like that's a regular aspect of awareness for me. And so there will be other days where I do readings all day or whatever the case and stuff like that. And I don't mind. I don't care. I'll do a reading for you whichever day it is or anything. I just boom, boom, boom. I'll take the list, whatnot, and flow with it as I do, as we do. And and just sharing, that aspect, reality, portion, awareness. Um, but doing that many readings seriously, that's a bit burning out. That burned me out a bit. Seriously, like it got to a point where I'm happy to do it, but yeah, that needs more balance than just readings. Like I said, I ain't shit. Shoot, somebody want to fucking order me a couple of pizzas, and I'll be able to have some food and stuff, and I can actually eat and recharge physically. All right, I can flow with that, but with no food continuously, that does take it. That's why my readings are pretty, generally speaking, pretty darn spot on. When you become aware of an issue in life, such as things being talked about in the chat and have been talked about that you've all been talking about, or whoever's been chatting about it, awareness, I say this often, awareness is the key to eternity. For if you are aware of it, you can start working on it. Even at a subconscious level, you will start working on a solution. That's why people say, man, I'm overthinking. No, you're not overthinking. You're working on a permanent solution. And until that permanent solution happens, you're going to keep thinking about it. And the only way you know that permanent solution actually went through and happened was because the problem ain't happening anymore. So you're still thinking about it. So, K Dot, Noah Ferguson. Though awareness, by being aware of something, you start working on it. Okay, so when you become aware of a problem, a situation, some imbalance in the world, then that is when we go into meditation, because one is emotionally connected with the situation. It's affecting yourself. You could see how painful it is for someone else, compassion, all that's going on. This is why meditation is important, because in the moment we need to stop the thought process, and we need to activate the chakras and the pineal gland. We need to go superhuman for a moment. Okay, we're gonna go super seance, superhuman, fucking Superman, whatever you need to be. Fantastic Four, motherfucker on fire, I don't give a shit, on ice. Be you for super and you're not in the world going crazy, but you're in your Zen state, okay, bro, sis? You're in your Zen state, and in your Zen state, your heart's fucking pumping, and you're connected, all right, to all the other motherfuckers in the world who are on this wavelength of meditative thought, of like a radio station, harmonizing at that frequency, that tunage. That's why I talk about what channel you're going to tune into. So you tune into that fucking wavelength, and then you send that information out as a visual in your mind. And as I made mention earlier, I don't really visualize much in my mind, so I look at divine things, powerful meanings. They're not just symbols, they symbols of a whole lot of meaning there, and that's what I put on the situation. Boom, I'll step back, let it do what it does, like let those things take their now that thing is, that element is within that whole situation, I could just like step back and wait. It's going to be better. When it gets better, then I'll step up, be like, oh yes, okay, things are changing, I'm going to move with that. So awareness is key to your eternity, because with awareness, your soul, your heart, your mind, body, soul, mind can unite in that trifecta. Go into meditation, connect with everybody else, and be like, yo, we got this problem, everybody. And then the whole of everybody starts working on that solution, and somebody pops out. They have that idea, they make the video, they say the words, however it winds up happening toward kind of a update winds up. Sometimes people tapped in just have the experience, idea just pops into their head. Why? Because we're telepathically connected as that oneness. So as that solution gets figured out, it gets sent out just like the awareness was sent out of the problem. So then the solution gets sent out too, and then whoa man, it got better all of a sudden out of nowhere, because that problem got fixed, and we can move forward in our evolution from human to God, from Jacob's ladder. Jacob's ladder was the ladder in place so that you could ascend to heaven and you could descend to the earth. It was a two-way ladder. It was not just for ascension, it was for walking down. We're like, oh, they got cast down to the fucking earth. Bro, seriously, there's a way to get up and down. Just letting you know. It's in your heart. You knew it from the start. And so that awareness allows us to enter a new future with a solution that never had been presented before, and that's our key to eternity. Awareness is the key to eternity. For being aware of it, well, we're not stuck in a corner no more. We can keep moving forward. Very welcome. Just to make mention, my I technically do have Jewish blood. I do have Jewish blood. I have Aztec blood. I have Cherokee blood. There's Lakota, but that's less than the rest. But it's in there. We've got a good amount of French, Spaniard, and a little bit of German in there. One family moved to Germany for a time. So I got a little bit in there. So I have a array of tribal and otherwise roots within my own past, within my own connection, things I've learned about connected with family things, whatnot. And I've had to find the balance between those worlds upon my path. I had to respect who I was and who I became, and I could not return to the civilized world as I once was before. I chose different values to inhabit rather than following a tradition. I combined complementary ceremonial ways of tribal life. And I looked with the lenses of a child. I don't care about a name. I don't know how famous you are. I don't know anything. Do I like it? Does it inspire me? Am I connecting with it? Are there values to it? Can I add to my foundation? Can I say, oh, yeah, actually, great compliment. Doesn't exactly line up with me. Okay, I'm not going to do that one. And that's what I've done with my journey through life. It is a journey through life. It is an adventure through life. And you get to be the king of your own vessel. Whether you have a feminine or masculine body or whatever, however you want to classify, you yourself has a king within, and to allow that king to choose what it's going to do you think a motherfucking king walks or goes anywhere and says, well, sorry, let me tiptoe around you? No, a motherfucking king says, this is who I am. Hello, it's good to meet you. If you can't fucking meet me, then that's not my responsibility. Not everybody's a fucking king. Not a king over other people, but of one's own being, of responsibility, of recognizing the femininity, the child, the son, the mother, the sister, the brother, the one that lives within the soul that is truly, truly unconditioned to any human standard. Just like this coffee, it could take the shape of anything it fills, and it's filling your soul. The body is 70% plus water. Kenemet Donket, the name of the Divine Mother, is old as far back as I could go on the ancient Egyptian on the Kemetic side. It's Kenemet Donket, which truthfully in part means the water of life. She is the water of life, the water that we are. The galaxies outside our planet, they got nothing connecting them as far as a physical substance, but we, from toe to crown, have water within us, flowing, connecting everything in some form, in some way. A whole walking universe you are. May our coming togethers be complements of integration rather than collisions of annihilation. When we're aware, we make that good choice. Follow that heart from the start. Turtle Duck, what's up, Turtle Duck? As it is the ending, I will just say if you've enjoyed this, if you do enjoy it daily, if possible, great. If not, no worries at all. Thank you for being a part. We do have on the main page on my YouTube, it does have a link to my GoFundMe link. A lot of people ask, how am I doing this? What's my job? What's my 9 to 5? Whatever the case, this is what I want to do with my life. This is what I put into my life. And this is what I dedicated my life to, whether I was homeless or not, whether I was online or not. This is what my life has been dedicated to. And so if you care to contribute, what that money is going directly towards is making sure I continue to have a roof over my head and food to be able to eat. And with that, I can continue to broadcast. And I'm not asking, I just, anyways, I'll put that out there. If you do want to contact me, if you do have questions, if you want a personal mantra, if you're looking to activate yourself on a spiritual connection that you once had when you were younger at an earlier point in your life, and that's been dormant, and you want that to be active again, I'm putting in my email right now, and you send me an email, you let me know, and I will literally send you the information directly of what you need, no charge, no nothing like that. I'll respond right back through the email itself. There's my email, cetra@yahoo.com, which will activate that again, or whatever it is you need assistance with on that level. I'm more than happy to assist. As we usually say, much love, many blessings, and Donna De Gawai. Until we see you next time, which will be tomorrow, -4 GMT, or Eastern Standard Time at 5 a.m. Much love and many blessings.